Able to Richard row sign
at Kaisanet.
Hey everybody, what's going on? Kamari, congratulations, you are first.
It's New York City, large gathering. The police were quickly overrun as the mob took over the city. And without the cops, food trucks get ransacked. As this street vendor actually gets attacked and robbed.
Why do you do that to him? Yo, chill. Yo, chill. Chill. Yo. No. Chill.
So millionaire socialist Twitch streamer Hassan reacts with this.
I despise local media, dude. There you go. How much they exacerbate, like, narratives that you see on Fox News. What role they play in the boomer reactionary pipeline. Local media talking about $3 worth of Doritos.
One banana, Michael. What could it cost? $10?
You've never actually set foot in a supermarket, have you?
Like, you know, there was a bank run or some shit. They have a vested interest in running a narrative that, like, something incredibly violent occurred today.
Yes, the non-violence of cars being destroyed. The non-violence of what was originally reported as a gunshot, but was actually just an arm being blown open by a firework. And the non-violence of police being pummeled with bottles. Now, I normally wouldn't pay any attention to the literal embodiment of an oxymoron, like streamers that live in million-dollar mansions taking money from people that don't live in mansions, all while preaching how great socialism would be. But the day of Kai's riots, I actually predicted Hassan's reaction. And at this point, I actually wonder if I'm the fool here, because if I was a left-wing YouTuber instead, I wouldn't need to gather all this video evidence, dig deep into what's hidden in the mainstream media news articles, and try to present concise, rational responses to what's really happening in the world, when I could just lie. And here's the thing. I criticize the hypocrisy of Hassan, but almost out of sheer jealousy. Here I am, struggling in my tiny LA apartment, recording demonetized videos in my kitchen, trying to bring truth to the people that don't want to spend hours sifting through social media and news outlets to try to piece together whatever reality we can, because I know what Hassan's problem here is. He absolutely has no concept of what life is like for the working poor, living check to check.
That is absolutely true, even though he claims to, you know, be their defender.
Always on the brink of bankruptcy. Does he know the profit margins of a food truck or a street vendor in New York City? Does he know the anxiety of going back to a job that you just got attacked at? Absolutely not. And you can tell because he basically mocks the working man being attacked by the mob, saying it's no big deal, and basically saying, okay, boomer, to the people that don't want riots in the streets. Then reacts with, it's only $3 Doritos, not like it's a bank run, because $3 means absolutely nothing when you drive luxury vehicles while wearing designer jewelry. And notice how he would only find it concerning if the banks were affected. Funny how it's only newsworthy if rich people might be impacted. But I honestly don't expect much from someone that says this.
You only see the looting of Target. You don't see the redistribution of the goods that they took from Target back to the community.
Yeah, all the looting of TVs and sneakers were directly redistributed back into the community. Never mind the fact that looting and theft actually closed down stores in poor communities that Hassan doesn't live in. Never mind the fact that those closures are only eliminating jobs that Hassan would never do. Never mind the fact that that looted merchandise gets fenced online, where places like Amazon get a nice cut of those goods being resold over the internet. The same Amazon that conveniently owns Twitch, where Hassan also makes his millions. But none of that is relevant because I'm not talking to him. I understand.
That was a sick fucking burn. Hassan is such a jackass. I think Hassan has actually gotten dumber. Especially since the Ukraine war started.
And there is a hierarchy to the internet. A small YouTuber like me doesn't have relevance at their scale. The same way I'll do commentary on Joe Rogan or Tim Pool, but not channels with 1,000 subs just starting out their YouTube journey. Because for him to even acknowledge me and my argument shows 1, there's validity to my logic, so he needs to get a spin on it so he can reassure his audience on what they should think. But 2, small channels with good points can actually derail the narrative that they are carefully curating with censorship. So although it's quite the conundrum for them, he doesn't actually need to address it at all. Because why? His audience doesn't want evidence, they don't need logic, they apparently are perfectly fine with just handing him money in exchange for getting their updated left-wing talking points. And oh my god, that's such a great grift. I feel like millionaire socialist streamers are like the mumble rappers of internet content, where no one exactly understands what the heck they're saying, but the industry does enjoy the useful idiots they create, so they'll always be propped up and pushed to the top of the front page. So if you appreciate my concise, lighthearted,
Yeah, Hassan is an absolute piece of shit. The worst thing about him is, like, not just that he'll have these incredibly...
Natty or not.
I'll take a look at that in a second. Thanks, GT. He has these incredibly, like, selfish takes where, like, a millionaire is saying, oh, they only stole, like, $20 worth of shit from a guy who's probably, again, living paycheck to paycheck. He won't even, like, recognize that he said something, like, wrong or insensitive or fucking stupid ever, and he just keeps saying stupid shit. Natty or not. Have to see more, like, angles of her butt, but, I think she might have gotten a BBL. Might have. Yeah, she might have gotten a BBL. Maybe not, but maybe. Yeah, I'd say probably Natty. Thanks for the nation, Abel. Or,
People
not
refused
Abel,
to eat at my wedding.
Oh my god.
People refused to eat at my wedding. So obviously Kaylee and I are vegan activists. We were actually doing some street activism the night before our wedding. And yeah, I'm not going to support the rights violations of sentient beings at my wedding. So I have all vegan food. Which I didn't even tell anyone this because I know people get super weird about stuff as soon as they find out it's vegan. Like, it could be the exact same plate of food, but, like, once somebody finds out it's vegan, it's like they think about it different. Like, it's really fucking weird. But anyway, so people must have figured that we were going to have vegan food. So time comes to eat, and, you know, tables are getting up to eat and stuff, and, like, there are people that aren't getting up to eat, and come to find out, they ate beforehand because they didn't want to eat vegan food. Imagine being so addicted to flesh that you would rather pay for an animal to have its throat slit to eat their flesh before a wedding instead of just eating free.
If I had found out people were doing that, I would have kicked them out. I'd have said, fuck off, get lost. I don't need tards like that around me. If in my wedding I had, like, you know, catering service and everything, and people came and ate beforehand because they didn't want to eat vegan food, I would have just told them, get the fuck out.
Food. Free food. Good food, too. We made sure it was good. We want meat eaters to like vegan food.
Greedy.
I use deodorant
Yeah, dude, that's fucked up. Fuck those people. Thanks, Abel.
on my teeth. From the David Chappelle bodybuilding. Yep.
Do you have a nickel's worth of advice for our newly
Single man. Who cares? Genova. Brad, since you're single now, why we go look for some chicks? Lone Star t-shirt. It's sick, it's pissed. Now I'm representing the Lone Stars.
So Jason, tell me all of the different series you're currently doing on YouTube.
We're doing the Freakier by the Day series, the
Okay.
Stronger by the Day series, Sith Lord terrorizes Miami, all these terrorizes series.
What else? Yesterday you told me like 6 of them.
That's 3.
All right.
Bulking.
Best way to debate a Nazi.
You're
But then
living
I
proof of
said-
why women should go to college. Let me just tell you that.
I'm living proof why women shouldn't go to college.
Yeah, because college.
Good guy, bad guy.
Well, there are no good and bad guys. They're just people.
Well, that's not true, but
It is true. He can go forever.
Nick, I bet his mustache is the size of your micro.
Oh my God. You can agree with this to me, but like.
You're
But then
living
I
proof
said-
of.
Yeah, probably. Why do these fucking red pill podcasts and shit invite Fuentes on? I don't understand. Like, do they want red pill to be associated with Nazism? Do they are any of them interested in becoming Nazis? It's a really, really cancerous fucking community at this point where their guests are literal Nazis. Openly. Thanks for the nation, though, TT.
Looking for freaks.
Are these running concurrently, or are you doing one series, ending it, doing another series, ending it?
Yeah,
How
I'm
are
going
you?
out every week different.
So you're gonna do like 8 episodes, then a new one, then 8 episodes, then a new one.
Yeah, and then I'm doing what's the other one? Fit by the day, and Shredded by the day.
I have an idea for a series for
and
me.
Celebrity Spoof by the day.
Celebrity spoof by the day?
I'm starting a new series too.
What?
It's called Frailer by the Day.
Frailer. Just get.
I just come to the gym and I get more and more frail. Everyone can document my loss of strength and size.
You're becoming anorexic. The anorexic.
We know you feed anorexia.
We beat it.
Fat slob.
I'd rather be fat than like an anorexic crap.
It all can be summed up to dumber by the day. All those.
It all falls under the same umbrella. Yeah, I see what you're saying. So how was your New Year's?
New Year's. I want.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
That's right.
New Year's.
New Year, new me.
Yesterday.
Isn't that what all the kids say on Facebook?
Yesterday.
New year, new me.
Yesterday I did nothing.
Neither did I. Yesterday was my first day off in 15 days.
By the way, I'm not gonna mention it, but we have a secret next week.
I think the beans have already been spilled.
What?
Well, Adam posted something on the Delray Misfits Facebook
Oh,
group.
what a big mouth.
That's all right. Let everyone know. It'll be
All
fun.
right, so guess what? I guess I'll say it. Next Monday,
Meaning this coming Monday.
this coming Monday, because it's already supposed to be 8 a.m., the surprise is we're doing a reunion with.
Being a dumbass is genetic according to the latest science.
Yeah, it is, clearly. All right, well, let's destroy Leo Venus. It's kind of funny. I emailed him with a debate proposition on this exact topic, and then this retard uploads this video, so I'm assuming he saw my message in all likelihood. Well, if you're gonna say eating meat isn't immoral, then you're not vegan, by definition. And if you're also going to say that, then there's no way for you to defend your own existence. So this guy should have no problem with me killing him, chopping him up into pieces, and feeding him to my dogs. Hello? No. Why? Okay, I'm streaming right now.
Check it. Don't hang up, but check it.
What the fuck happened? Are you bringing home another dog?
I hope not. I was on my way driving home and this dog sprinting in the middle of the road with no leash, no person. So I managed to catch him with people almost running both of us over. I ended up catching him. I put him in my car and I look at his fucking collar. There's no tag! What the fuck am I going to do now?
So Jasmine found a dog.
Because I don't know if he's aggressive or not. Like, he's people friendly.
I'll put you on
Bring him
speaker.
inside.
Okay, you're on speaker so the stream can hear you. Where are you gonna bring him?
Well, I don't know. Like, I don't know where to go. Like, do I look for a vet clinic? Like, are shelters even open?
I have no idea.
I have this fucking gigantic husky in my car. And he's older and clearly exhausted and confused, so I'm not just dropping him outside, obviously.
Yeah.
Like, what the fuck do I do? Like, I tried to talk to someone where I caught them. They were cleaning up their business, and I asked if they had any idea of who it could be, and they were like, no, and they ran inside and they fucked off.
The fuck?
Instead of offering me some help. Like, fucked off.
If there's no shelters open, I guess just bring him home and just put him in a separate room or something.
Well, I don't know what the fuck he had. Like, he could be carrying a fucking disease. I don't fucking know. I don't want him inside.
Well, what are you gonna do?
I don't know.
See if
I don't know if I could maybe find a vet.
Yeah, maybe.
That would scan if he has a microchip, but if he doesn't have a chip, then what the fuck?
Yeah.
Because he doesn't even have a collar on his, a tag on his collar. Like, who does that?
Yeah. I guess. I just go to a vet and.
Well,
you know.
none of them are open to the public. Like, I'm gonna have to call around for an hour to find one, probably.
Yeah.
And I was driving around and I didn't see anyone looking for a freaking dog either. And I don't know, he came out of fucking...
Do you believe there is good in semen retention, or is it more religious lunacy?
He's ran, he's breathing his head off. He won't even drink water. He's half dead. I don't know if he's been running around for 2 hours already, you know?
Yeah, that's.
It's a husky. He could have gone from far.
Yeah. Yeah, I just go to a vet, see if it's chipped. Was it right around the barn?
No, I'm an hour away already.
Oh, you're almost home?
I'm in Erin, yeah.
Okay.
I'm 15, 20 minutes away from home.
Yeah, I guess just call around, see what vets are open, if they can scan them.
I know our personal vet has an emergency number and they're open for emergencies. I wonder if they'd let me check the chip there.
Yeah, I just do that.
Okay. But if I have to bring him home, I don't know what the fuck to do.
I guess let's just see how he reacts.
I did not want to do this tonight.
Yeah, I know.
So, yeah, we'll have 4 dogs by this evening, I guess.
Okay. Too bad you didn't find a cat.
Yeah, right. I prefer a cat over a goddamn dog.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I'll be late, so just keep an eye on our dogs, and I'll let you know what the fuck is happening.
Alright, love you, sweetie.
Love you, bye.
Bye-bye. That's really, fucking weird. Alright, well, Jasmine caught a dog.
Do you believe there is good in semen retention, or is it more religious lunacy?
It's religious lunacy. If you're talking about a specific benefit to not releasing semen specifically, if you have a vasectomy like me, you're never releasing semen, so then the nofap thing would have no benefit if you have a vasectomy. So that idea is stupid. As far as nofap, I mean, I'm sure there are some people who have problems relating to masturbation, Some of it might actually be related to low testosterone. There seems to be a correlation between low testosterone and getting like a lot of anxiety and fatigue after orgasm or ejaculation. So that might be part of it, where the root problem isn't really the fapping, it's something else. But like most people, I'd say, wouldn't really get a benefit. I'm not going to bother watching that video, but I would say most people wouldn't get a benefit from it. Thanks to the nation, Jasmine's new dog. Alright, let's watch this stupid Leo Venus video.
Okay guys, time for the third video. I wasn't able to film it before leaving for the mountains, so I'm just going to film it here outside of our cabin. And today's video, I know, is going to be the most difficult one for most of my followers to watch. And it's going to be a video that challenges a lot of you. The extreme minority that used to give this whole movement a really bad rep has become a bigger and bigger portion. This is actually hurting the movement. So today I'm going to make the most important video I've ever posted here on YouTube, at least for anyone who is vegan and cares about this topic of eating meat or not. I think that after being vegan for over 10 years, I've come across a lot of really important misconceptions, and a lot of these I actually fell for myself, and I wish I would have known better back in the day. And so I think this is going to be an extremely useful video. Like I said, the most important video I've ever put out on YouTube. I want you to make sure that you stay until the end of this video, because even though it might get hard to watch at some points, or you might disagree with certain aspects of this video, the most important message is going to come at the end of the video. So please watch until the end. So without further ado, let's go over some of the biggest misconceptions that exist in the vegan community that I have come across. And the first one, I think, is going to be just from how people reacted on my Instagram when I even posted some of these opinions, which is meat is murder. Murder is actually a word that denotes the crime of killing another person.
So this is a semantic argument. He's just using a specific definition and changing the context in which the word is used, rather than actually addressing the real argument, which is meat is murder from the perspective that animals have or should have the same rights as human beings. So this is just fucking stupid. I could come up with like some other definition of murder that would only include the killing of white people, where blacks or Jews, it would not be considered murder. Like if I were to use that sort of definition of murder, and then you described the killing of George Floyd as murder, and I would say, well, that's not murder. Murder denotes the killing of only, white people. It's not... Like, it's not a real argument, it's a semantic argument. It's nothing but, like, a word game.
What's it going to take to get these real geezers who are growing on the internet out of other people's lives?
I have no idea, Matthew, but thanks for the donation, dude.
Person killing another person, that is murder. So already from the definition of the word, we're already using this word incorrectly, which when we do so, we sound...
What's pretty funny is, if he's going to say something like this, then he's also going to have to recognize that the word Holocaust is inappropriate when referring to, the genocide committed by Germans against Jews, because the word Holocaust originates from the word holokausta, which is Greek for burnt animal sacrifice. So, can we take that word back, where we can say, oh no, what are you talking about? That's not a Holocaust, that's just a genocide. Holocaust denotes the killing of animals. Like it's stupid. Again, it's a semantic argument. These words can be used in different contexts to describe all sorts of different killings or tragedies. This guy's just a fucking moron.
Sound like very confused individuals. Next one. that drinking milk is rape. See, I'm almost cringing saying this out loud, and maybe people will hear like, oh my god, what a crazy person we have up here.
Yeah, so female cows are raped in order to get them pregnant. They're forcibly impregnated. I don't know what else you'd call that.
In the mountains. No, again, this is again another word that denotes a crime between human beings, which is the action of forcing yourself upon someone.
No, it doesn't. The word rape doesn't necessarily have anything to do with crime. So there are cultures where rape is not illegal. So if you're going to say rape only refers to cases where like you're forcing sex upon somebody illegally, then that would mean in cultures where rape isn't illegal, then rape doesn't exist, which is ridiculous. Like same thing goes for murder as well. Like again, he's just using a very specific legal definition. Also, if he's going to go by a legal definition, that's going to vary based on country, region, state, province, things like that. So if you're living in somewhere like, I don't know, Syria or some shithole in the Middle East, it is not considered rape to force your wife to have sex. If you're living in the United States, it would be considered rape to force your wife to have sex, but there's also other issues like that change when you go between countries and provinces and states. Some people don't consider, or some countries don't consider it rape if you only have penetration with something like digits. Some countries don't recognize rape when a woman rapes a man because there's a lack of penetration. So if you're going to go by this legal definition and you think these legal definitions are the only true definition of the word, then you're going to run into these issues. These words aren't used specifically to describe, legal cases. They're used to describe things that we think are morally wrong, and they're used in a more general sense than just specifically crimes against human beings by another human being in a certain country, in a certain state. Thank you for that, 9014. Appreciate it. And again, another problem is the whole idea behind veganism is to give animals the same rights as human beings. So he's just making a semantic argument. Vegans are trying to tell you this is murder, this is rape, and then you're saying, oh, no, it isn't because this. Well, like, the actual challenge to that claim that, killing an animal is murder, or forcibly inseminating an animal is rape, the challenge to that would be to actually explain why animals should not have the same rights as human beings, and the best way I can see to do that would be to name a trait or set of traits where animals are somehow fundamentally different, where it's okay to murder them or rape them to a point where we can use some other euphemism to describe what's being done to them. But he didn't do that. He just uses this stupid semantic argument that that's not the definition of murder I'm using. Okay, well, since you're a fucking piece of shit human trash, I guess if I killed you, that's not murder because I'm just taking out the trash. Like, when you kill another person, like, you have to kill another human being, you are trash. So me killing you is really just taking out garbage. That's what he's doing. Donate to Liar's thoughts. Let me see.
It's been said that eating 36 eggs a day is equivalent to a mild steroid.
This guy is monstrously stupid, and I think he has, like, mental fucking problems.
Cycle. It is surprisingly very true, and
it is not.
Let me tell you why. Eggs contain androgenic substances such as testosterone, so
they do not. So there is, like, literally picograms worth of testosterone in an egg, and it's not orally bioavailable. There's a reason why steroids had to be synthesized from other products like, you know, yams, and I think they also use soybeans. And in order for them to be orally bioavailable, you need to attach different molecules, like different esters and shit, to prevent it from being destroyed by stomach acid. So, no. You can eat as many eggs as you want, you'll just still be a bitch.
So there's literally steroids inside the yolk of an egg. You have to understand there's enough of this stuff inside the yolk of an egg to make a little embryo grow into a chick. So imagine how having 36 of these might affect a human.
Yeah, it wouldn't affect a human at all because you're fucking eating it, moron.
This is not a new claim. They've been doing this since the 70s when they started giving burn victims 36 eggs a day.
Yeah, so the reason they gave burn victims a very large amount of eggs is because if you have burns, especially severe burns across your entire body, your nitrogen requirements increase massively. If you're burned, it's an extremely catabolic state, so in order to heal from burns as quickly as possible, which is important because you're at really high risk of things like infection, you need a really massive amount of protein intake. Like sometimes 10 times what, like, you know, a bodybuilder would require. So you're talking about, you know, eating protein in the thousands of grams per day. One of these researchers who was researching burn victims had the idea to have them eat egg whites. So the reason he figured egg whites were particularly good is because they're high in protein and people seem to be able to eat a very large amount of them without getting, like, you know, full to the point where they can't eat anymore. So it has nothing to do with some sort of unique anabolic properties to eggs. And if you're researching, you know, burn recovery, you know, and using hormones to recover from burns, they use steroids to help burn victims recover. I think typically they use Anavar, but no, this had nothing to do with some idea that there's hormones in the eggs. This just has entirely to do with the protein content.
In order to achieve a positive nitrogen balance in the body, if someone is in the state of
Yeah, so, yeah, it's protein. You just admitted the reason they fucking gave these people eggs is because of the fucking protein, you moron.
Of positive nitrogen balance, this simply means that they are gaining muscle. So the purpose...
No, it doesn't. They're burn victims. They need the nitrogen to replenish skin.
Of giving all these eggs to burn victims is to regenerate and regrow lost tissue. Obviously, we're not burn victims, we're not using the properties of these eggs to regrow tissue. Instead, we're just using it to build more muscle tissue. The science is definitely accurate, and I hate to say it, but eggs definitely aren't natty, bro.
You know, fuck Dylan McKnight. I'm gonna do a worst of the fitness industry on this douchebag. He is a clout-chasing, lying moron. Fuck that guy. Thoughts on me mom orangutans for Disney's sitcom? You gave me a dead link. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. VKF donated $3. Thanks for the donation, dude. Appreciate it.
Someone and forcing them to have sexual intercourse with you against their own will, right, without consent. Two very violent, very traumatic, very, accepted unethical words, unethical actions that we are mixing in with the act of eating meat. It's no wonder people who hear this think vegans are completely insane.
Well, the reason people who hear this think it's ridiculous or don't understand is because they haven't heard the actual argument behind it. If you actually explain the argument behind it, more often than not, they at least have an understanding of where you're coming from, or they think you're not unreasonable. But typically, in most of the debates I've had, people end up having to concede because they can't explain why humans are unique in a way which they wouldn't be protected by these fundamental rights.
Insane. It doesn't take a huge intellect to understand how wrong this is. I mean, think of this. If you're sitting in a restaurant and you're eating a steak, how much intention do you think that person has behind them for...
There's, like, this doesn't have anything to do with intention. This has to do with what's happening. I'm sure there are plenty of cases of rape where the perpetrator didn't necessarily have the intention of harming the victim, and they thought, oh, this is all fun, this is a game, oh, I can convince her to do this, oh, I'll just get her a little drunk so, you know, she's more open-minded, you know, that kind of crap. I'm sure there's plenty of cases of rape where that has happened. Like, are you going to diminish the fucking severity of the crime just because the fucking perpetrator had some kind of delusional idea that it's okay to get a girl, like, blackout fucking drunk so he can have sex with her?
Hurting other animals. That person is there eating food, by the way, food that is very natural for humans. This is food for humans, right? Meat is something we've always eaten.
You know what's also natural for humans? Beheadings. So if I were to take, like, you know, a Zweihander, nice German greatsword, and cut your head off your shoulders, it's natural. It's natural behavior. We've been doing this, you know, like, at least since the Middle Ages. So I challenge you to a duel, Leo. Not just, you know, first to draw blood, but, you know, to the death. I don't know why he'd, you know, have a problem with that. It's just how humans naturally behave. We've been having duels to the death, like, since humans have existed.
So a high amount of beta-carotene from carrots or sweet potatoes can turn skin orange. But does this deal with metabolism? I read there were no health concerns beyond this. What you think? Spinach has them too.
I wouldn't recommend eating high amounts of spinach. There's just such a high amount of oxalate content. And you can actually see quite a few people who've eaten, like, ridiculous amounts of spinach reliably getting kidney stones. That's what ended up happening to Miley Cyrus's boyfriend, Liam Hemsworth. He was eating big bowls of spinach with every meal, and he kept getting kidney stones. And then the dumbass quit veganism, thinking, oh, it was veganism causing the kidney stones, not the stupid spinach he was eating. But, yeah, you get carotenoids to build up in the skin. That's just a normal way they're metabolized, and that's good for you. Carotenoids have anti-inflammatory, antioxidant effects. They can prevent skin cancer. So, yes. Thanks for the donation, Jalen.
Is riding horses unethical? I have horses on my farm, no-kill farm, was thinking about training/retraining some of them.
In most cases it is. If you can ride ethically and teach the horse to give consent for riding and you don't use any pain compliance devices like bits or whips, then yes, it is ethical. Horses live longer and stay healthier if they get, you know, vigorous exercise. So, and the only realistic way to ensure they get that is by riding them. So for their overall benefit, riding does give them exercise that makes them live longer and stay healthier. But, like, again, you want to teach your horse to give consent, and you can't use any pain compliance devices. Explanation, Dick on the Moon. Dodo, no tellers, this is a link I meant to give you. Which of the 3 Schneider movies is the best? How? Compare. Incredible. You're a fucking asshole. Fuck you.
And they're enjoying a meal. They're not actively trying to hurt someone. If you compare that to, say, for example, raping, where someone is actively forcing them on someone with the intention of actually putting them through this painful, traumatic, horrible experience, and then you're going to equate the two again. It sounds completely insane. Horrible thing to do. Not a good...
Yeah, so again, semantic argument. The proper argument against this idea that, you know, murder is rape or sorry, meat is murder or rape or anything like that is to identify either a trait or set of traits that makes animals unique from humans, where these rights would only apply to humans, and he's not doing that. Again, just semantic argument. Nothing but a word game.
Good idea if your goal is to have veganism looked upon in a good light by other people. And the other side note as well, of course, is that eating meat is something natural. Like I said, almost every person on the planet does it. It is completely normal. So you're talking about something that almost every single person does, as compared to rape and murder, which luckily...
Rape and murder is incredibly fucking common, so I don't know how the fuck you could claim that. How many murders are there globally per year? Average global homicide rate is 6.1 victims per 100,000, and how many would that be roughly per year? I want to know, like, the total amount of murders in any one year. That would have to be pretty fucking high. So 464,000 people estimated to have been victims of intentional homicide in 2017. So I'd imagine it's roughly around there year to year. So 500,000 people, and you think it's like not natural or normal? Also, just look at any kind of primitive societies. The murder rate was highest around the time when people were mostly hunter-gatherers. If you look at before, like, the Europeans settled in the North American continent, murder rate was the highest. Practically everybody died a violent death from another human being. So that seems to be a natural way of life. If you look at any of our, like, pop culture, like, the amount of violence and guns and glorifying violence in our pop culture is insane. Like, practically every fucking major television show, cartoon, video game, it involves, like, killing in some sense. Like, clearly murder is natural for human beings, so I guess murder is okay because it's natural? Really wondering if he's just trolling.
All this kind of stuff. You have open, non-violent, what I talked about with the whole, man becomes woman topic.
I mean, it's unbelievable that a mentality from the fucking Bronze Age is still somehow relevant today.
Yes, indeed. Thank you, Matthew.
Luckily for us, a very, very small minority of human beings engage in this behavior, in this activity. Next misconception then. We used to get all of our B12 from nature, or we are herbivores. Both of these, again, are factually and scientifically incorrect. B12 you have to get from animal products in nature. I've actually looked at the research. I know some people do.
So that is true, but that's not an ethical claim. That's a descriptive claim.
Say this. There's a few places in the world where some natural water has the right amount of microbes during a certain season so that you can get a small amount of B12. Even then, it's probably not enough to actually get you the B12 you need. And throughout the rest of the seasons of the year and for the rest.
So this has nothing to do with whether or not eating meat is moral. This is just a descriptive claim about where you can get B12. It has nothing to do with veganism.
What is the vegan argument against eating eggs besides them being overall unhealthy? Because someone compared it to abortion recently and said if vegans are pro-choice they shouldn't argue against eating eggs.
Oh my god.
Please look at the second to last post on Vince's community page. Also please watch this incredibly cringe person try to sell you an electrolyte drink.
If you want to know why eggs is bad, just watch this video. I linked it in chat. I'm fucking sick of it. Like, after 10 years, I have to still fucking explain this. Cocker Spaniel, wait. Please look at the second to last post on Vince's community page.
What's up, guys? Welcome to my...
We'll watch that later. Right about what? Okay, whatever, thanks.
Rest of the world that doesn't have access to this really small, isolated sources of water, you're not going to get it from nature. And again, it goes without saying from a scientific point of view, the herbivorous argument is completely incorrect. To disprove this, I can just ask you this question. What kind of animal who is a herbivore, when placed in nature and put on a herbivorous diet, does not survive? Because that is the case for humans. If you put a human being and ask them to survive on a herbivorous diet out in nature, we would not make it. And all the adaptations, all the anatomy and physiology supports that human beings eat both plants and animals. And I still...
Yeah, so that's not an ethical claim, that's a descriptive claim. Nothing to do with veganism.
Still stand behind a lot of the content that I've made here on my YouTube channel before, where I think predominantly plant-based is the healthiest option, and we should try to avoid eating too much meat, especially, of course, processed meat, but also not overdo.
There doesn't appear to be any benefit from eating any meat, so given the ethical issue with eating meat, why would you recommend any
red meat? A completely whole food plant-based diet with the right supplements. Many people can actually do well on that diet, but there is no doubt that human beings are omnivorous. Next misconception. For people who have tried eating vegan and didn't make it, they were doing it wrong. So notice just before I say...
Yes, clearly. There is no medical, issue or disease or allergy or anything known to medical science that would prevent somebody from being able to live on a purely plant-based diet.
Said, I think many people can be healthy on a vegan diet with the right supplements, myself included. I feel great on a vegan diet, and I have no problem sustaining this lifestyle. But there are a lot of people who don't, and I have experienced... By the way, I used to believe this myself. I used to believe they're doing it wrong. But there are...
Yeah, well, when you dig into any of these cases, they're all fucking monstrously stupid. They were only eating raw foods, or they weren't taking any supplements, including B12, or, they're fucking hypochondriacs, and they think there's constantly something fucking wrong with them no matter what. And they also happen to be, anti-vaccine. They think the government's poisoning their water. You always hear this sort of shit whenever somebody says, oh, I couldn't be vegan.
So many people who genuinely want to be vegan. They've tried again and again, and their health declines when they go on a vegan diet, which makes sense when you put someone on a diet which is unnatural for their species. It makes...
Just, the brain rot is insane. So if he's going to claim not everybody can be vegan, then please provide evidence that there's some kind of genetic condition, disease, allergy, or what have you that would prevent somebody from persisting on a 100% plant-based diet. What is it about, like, you know, having pepperonis on your fucking pizza that allows somebody to be perfectly healthy, but if they take the pepperonis off the pizza, oh, well, they're just gonna die?
Sense that some people aren't going to tolerate it that well. Let's even take this logical step to the extreme and say, you know what, maybe there is a way, right? Like I used to say, there's 1,000 different ways of doing the vegan diet. I'm sure there's one way for everyone. Even if that were to be correct, even if we do entertain that possibility, do you really think it is reasonable? Do you really think it is fair for someone whose health is declining to keep trying different versions of this diet, try and...
Yes, so you think murder is okay because somebody has an inconvenience when it comes to food choices. So if I had a gluten intolerance, let's say, and I wasn't able to eat bread, does that make it okay for me to murder you and eat you because I have, like, one less food option? Like, I don't know, let's say I had a gluten intolerance, I'm also allergic to beans and pulses, and I have nut allergies. Like, okay, that takes away a lot of food choices. So can I kill and eat you because I have a number of food allergies? Like, if that's your case, then okay, fine. You clearly don't believe in the idea of fundamental human rights. Then, if you're saying it's okay to do that in cases of animals, then name the trait. Name the trait that's lacking in animals that if lacking in a human being. You'd be fine with somebody with food allergies killing and eating people so that their diet can be a little more convenient.
and fail, try and fail, try and fail, with no guarantee that eventually this person is going to find the vegan diet that works for them. Do you really think that is reasonable? I think it is pretty clear that it absolutely...
Like especially with this dumb fucking smug look on his face. I just think he's trolling or something. Like, I just... It's hard to, like, know if he's being entirely serious.
I was gonna say, would you not be in favor of killing off all killer whales because they actually don't attack humans and kill predators like sharks, but unfortunately they kill fish as well, and some of the fish in their diet might be herbivore fish.
You already know my stance on culling predatory animals, so as long as it reduces rights violations, I'd be in favor of it. So no need to ask me those sorts of questions when you know my stance. Thanks for the nation, Blaha.
Wouldn't you be live that this Bronze Age mentality is so unbelievably primitive?
Yes, I agree, Matthew. Thanks for the donation, dude.
To this your old buddy.
And have not demonstrated. The fact that there is a mechanism doesn't mean that that mechanism is not evaluating information. I got a computer on my desk, which is entirely a mechanism, and it evaluates information and puts out results based on the heuristics that we programmed it with.
That required a mind.
I have a mind. Is your real question, how could a mind arise in a purely mechanical naturalistic universe? Is that your real question?
Actually, close. I guess it would be, what is a mind in a purely naturalistic reality?
My mind is what my brain does.
So your mind is not identical to the brain. A mind is...
Why is it that when I give you an answer, JD...
Stop crying. I'm clarifying.
Did you just say stop crying?
No, you said he's clarifying.
Okay, I'm asking you a question, JD. Why is it that when I give you an answer, you have to try to frame it in a different way? I just said my mind is what my brain does.
So a mind is an action.
No.
You just said it does. Doing is action.
Yeah, but, okay. A mind is...
Matt Dillahunty is not a particularly good debater. Like, there's a much more efficient and less dumb way to respond to this, and the simple answer would be a mind is anything that it is capable of having a subjective experience. And right now, science doesn't exactly know what generates a mind. Obviously, our brain generates a mind, but a mind can be anything. Like a computer system could technically or could possibly become sentient and be able to have a subjective experience. And I'm sure if a computer system developed sentience, then that would be through, different methods of which a brain produces sentience. But, like, Matt is a fucking idiot. Thanks, Sego. Why can we kill carnivores but not meat-eating humans? I never said we shouldn't kill meat-eating humans. Let's say we know they won't go vegan in the future like a primitive tribe or something. Yeah, so where did I ever say it's wrong to kill humans for eating meat?
It is not. So again, not everybody can be on a vegan diet. There's no data, there's no science.
There's no data or no science supporting your opinion, so unless you have some evidence that there's some sort of genetic disorder or variation or mutation or allergy or set of allergies, or somebody can't be in a purely plant-based diet, then shut the fuck up. He's just making shit up and pulling it out of his ass.
Backing that everybody can be healthy on the vegan diet. Absolutely not. This one I know a lot of people will disagree with me on. Vegans are not morally superior to non-vegans. And I say this again, vegans are...
They are, because we're not perpetrating murder, and, well, really, realistically, a genocide.
Not morally superior to non-vegans. A lot of people will argue, oh no, meat eaters, they're animal abuse supporters. No, they are not. Most people in the
Cool, so if I kill you, I'm not supporting any kind of abuse or anything. That's good to know.
world are against animal abuse. And by the way, there is absolutely...
Yeah, you'll find child rapists who are against child rape. They will, donate to children's charities. Some of them are public figures which, support organizations that protect children, and then they themselves are child rapists. You can commit immoral acts personally that you see as immoral, but then, do something that's contradictory. Help the people that you're attacking. There's also different ways in which people justify their behavior. So you might think it's immoral. I think most people think it's wrong to kill animals, but they eat meat anyway, and they justify it because, somebody else is doing it, or this is just the way society functions, crap like that. So this idea that it's okay for them to kill and eat meat based on, this is a really stupid argument. He's saying it's okay for people to support a Holocaust because they don't like the idea of supporting a Holocaust? It doesn't make any sense.
React to this, watch the whole thing. He is going insane, gonna end bad. Watch all, not even long.
Let me see.
Well, I mean, I don't know why that's such a big deal. King, it's not a big deal! People think I sexually assaulted a woman! You fucking bitch! Nobody said that. King, because what you're doing right now, you're trying to make it seem like I'm having a manic episode. When all that's happening... No, I'm not. Why are you accusing me of that? Because you tweeted it, you dumb fuck! You tweeted it today, you dumb fuck! You tweet about my fucking mental health! In this moment, in this space, am I trying to make people think you're having a manic episode? You tweeted it today! I feel like you're having a manic episode. And part of me feels like you are. I've been concerned about it ever since you started doing these 24/7 fucking live streams. Kim. I've been calling you and texting you concerned. If you want to see my character. Come see how I treat my audience if you want to see my character. Come see how I treat people and give them money for no reason. Yeah. Judge my character based on... Thank you, brother. Judge my character based on my actions, not what a fuckboy says on the internet. This isn't the exit. I would love to be in more work for you behind the scenes. Guys, TTS is in my pocket. I can't hear any donations. I put it in my pocket after Nick got fired. Please, can I get assistance, please?
Test me. Him getting angry. Stop trying to forget the fact that
Nick,
you
ban
lied
him.
to us about your
Nick,
sobriety.
ban him,
You
dog.
and Kitty also-
Nick! God fucking damn it, Nick. God fucking damn, Nick. You fucking dumb fuck. I just
He's
broke
in
the
a
speaker
store
'cause you're
doing
dumbass.
this.
No. Sorry. I'll come down. I will. I'm sorry. Don't call security. That's so weak. How could you say that when you were live? Then don't fucking text me, man. I'm not a fucking babysitter to hold your fucking pussy every time you get sad. Look at all the shit I go through. I'm literally changing my number. Fuck everybody. Fuck everybody but the people I work with, man. Y'all are so fucking soft and annoying. Don't fucking text me then, Selma. God damn it.
What the fuck, dude?
Your cat's not gone in the backyard. It's the backyard,
It doesn't
Nadia.
matter. There's cats that
Hold
go in
this.
and out back there. Why didn't you close the door behind you?
Bring Muffin, bring Muffin. She found her. Bring Muffin, please. Well, good night, Nadia. She wasn't outside? Oh, have a good night, Nadia. Thanks for opening up the gate for me. Thanks for the water. Thanks for being on time. Disrespectful ass creator, man. Fuck that. I'm done hanging out with her. Didn't ask me how I was doing once today, and I gave her all this fucking content. I'm done with this shit. I'm G7. I don't need fucking Nadia. She needs me. Period.
The fuck, dude?
And that's on everything. But once did I ask, how are you doing?
Like,
When
with
they
how
needed me for
crazy
content, when they
he's
needed me to
acting
be there on
constantly,
time, when all of a sudden I lost their...
I'm surprised he hasn't, like, just gotten arrested. It just, he goes into a fucking clothing store and just starts screaming. Fucking crazy. I'm just gonna go take a piss. I'll be right back. Oh. Poor dogs. You want your mom? She's gonna be a lot shorter. Yeah, poor dogs. I love you guys. Oh, poor baby. Yeah, I know. I know you want your mom. Little Finn wants his mom. I know, I know. You're a good little baby. Okay. Oh. All these dogs are lonely. They want their mom. Yeah. Okay. You're a good dog. These are all good dogs. No. Lie down. Get back up. You know I love you guys. You're good. Okay, if you don't stop pooting around, you're going down. You gotta relax. Lie down. Lie down. Lie down. Good boy. Matthew donated $2. I'm starting to realize that you cannot change a mentality with is why the world is so fucked up. I think you meant which. Sure, I guess. Thanks, Matthew.
Hi VG. I hope you are doing great tonight. Did you hear that Florida Governor Ron DeSantis just said that he would drop bombs on US ally Mexico to prevent drugs from crossing the border?
I'll react to that clip in a second. Thanks for the donation, Ben. That sounds insane.
Cat, and they want to victim blame me and go crazy, and the cat didn't even go outside. Then they want to care about Fusi. Fuck this shit. Fuck LA. Fuck this industry. Fuck everyone, man. Fakest fucking industry in the fucking world. You guys didn't even care about me before I got put on.
Dude, this guy's gonna get into a car accident if he drives like this. Fauci is insane.
Would you be willing to use drones, whatever military?
Do I get strong enough to make this happen on all my top set of squats?
It's not funny. Thanks, TT.
To take out those drug cartels in Mexico.
Yes, I've already said that. We will lean in against the drug cartels. We will absolutely reserve the right. If they're invading our country and killing our people, we have the right to defend this country. We have the right to hold them accountable. And it's not just that they happen to come over our border. And if Mexico's not going to help us with that, well, then we're going to have to do what we have to do.
Did you say you'd use drones on the Mexican drug cartels?
I said I would use whatever force we need to defend the country. You know, they're killing tens of thousands of Americans right now. They're trafficking people into this country. They're abusing people, sexual abuse. It's really the worst of humanity. I would categorize them as something akin to a foreign terrorist organization. I think that that's what they've proven to be. The Mexican government is not doing what they need to do to help with this. But we said from day one on our border announcement, we'd be willing to lean in against them, and we reserve the right to defend the country.
Yeah, the cartels are a huge problem. What would seem like the best strategy to me is just having like some way of making corporations just like get rid of the cartels. Or, you know, have governments basically sell some of these drugs they're selling below cost. Some of the issue is, like, they do run legitimate businesses too, right? So, they're so powerful at this point. I think the only way to get rid of them is with, like, actual military intervention. Basically, you know, fight them like a war, pretty much. Just make it so hard for them to do business with overwhelming military force that they just collapse. It's a bit of a complicated problem. The way he talked about it, though, was kind of weird. Like, he was talking about the cartel basically causing deaths from drug trafficking. There are more deaths from cigarette smoking and alcohol, which are sold, like produced and sold domestically, so it's kind of a stupid claim.
Absolutely a way of producing meat without animal abuse. It is just that the way things are today with factory farming is not conducive to making and producing meat with animal welfare in mind. It's just not.
So veganism isn't a welfarist philosophy, it's an abolitionist philosophy. Again, these animals require the same rights as human beings. They don't just need to be treated well before they're murdered. If you're going to have this principle that it's okay to murder something as long as it's treated well, then that would also have to apply to human beings, unless you're able to name a trait or set of traits, and in which case, Like, he would have to bite the bullet on something like murdering mentally disabled people.
Now, the industrial process does not take that into account. So the actual meat...
You know what I think he probably did with this video? I messaged him about some of the statements I made. He wanted to upload this with the intention of triggering me to do some, like, kind of freak out response. And it was probably with me specifically in mind, and then he'd be able to post some other content saying, oh, see, this is how vegans react when you say something. Oh, the culture in veganism is so toxic, and like some bullshit like that. You're just an idiot, John. Like, it's not even just that this guy is, you know, posting anti-vegan nonsense, and I don't think he's vegan anymore if he posts shit like this. He's just an asshole and an idiot. That's what really frustrates me. It's not just that he's not vegan.
Are the biggest smugglers of fentanyl? Male sign.
Fentanyl is smuggled for U.S. citizens by U.S. citizens, not asylum seekers. Fentanyl overdose typically, blah, blah, blah. U.S. smuggled in by unauthorized migrants crossing the border illegally. More accurate summaries that fentanyl overwhelmingly smuggled by U.S. citizens, almost entirely for U.S. citizen consumers. Fentanyl smuggling is ultimately funded by U.S. consumers who pay for illicit opioids, nearly 99% of whom are U.S. citizens. In 2021, U.S. citizens were 86.3% of convicted fentanyl drug traffickers, 10 times greater than convictions of illegal immigrants. You would imagine that would have to be the case. Yeah, so, like, there's definitely reasons for why you'd want to, you know, go against the cartel. They're obviously a horrible, horrible organization. It doesn't really affect Americans specifically all that much, though. So, that claim that the cartel are responsible for fentanyl trafficking is just bullshit. Thanks for the nation, though, TT. Dodo need 2 liars. Can you watch at least just the first scene?
Hey, G7, let's go. How the hell did you know what hotel I'm at?
Well, I just handed it to you.
All right, go.
So I just wanted to ask you, so, you know, we all seen what went down with Keemstar, Happy Punch Promotions. What's going to happen? Are you guys ever going to be homies again, or?
We actually resolved it today, and I'm going to tell you something. You had the chance to interview Fusitu. You could have asked me for life-changing advice. How do I get out of depression? How do I do this? And you chose to ask me about drama. This is going to go viral for you either way, but this interview's over. Have a good day. Let's go.
That's what I wanted to ask.
This way?
That's what I wanted to ask.
God bless. Hey, in G7 we trust.
Come on.
In G7 we trust. Bro. You didn't want to get into the rest.
No, I wanted to keep asking.
Go home.
There's no way.
You're not G7. Go home. Hey, come in.
There's no way I'm not G7.
You're not G7. You're G1. Hey, don't follow us. Hey.
I'm not going to follow you, dude.
He's not.
I'm just asking.
Don't worry about it. Don't worry. Hey, no. Don't worry about it. It's serious. Hello.
What?
The restaurant is in here.
Okay, somebody leave me. Look what's happening right now. This guy's trying to go viral off my name. Get the fuck away!
The way FauziTube acts in public reminds me of Bam Margera, who also spazzes, screams, and just makes no sense when he's in public.
Oh my god.
I just wanted you to sign a petition.
Kid Beard donated $2. He's right about these black queens. I'll look at that in a minute. Thanks for mentioning it.
There's no way you're
You can watch this stuff.
Guys, he just freaked out on one of his real fans.
No, that's bullshit. One of you should have stepped in and protected me. What the fuck? He's trying to go viral off my name. He's asking me about July 15th and Keem. What the fuck? Nobody does shit, man.
It's just screaming constantly.
Today, and there was a girl in Twitter space, and when somebody asked me a question about the drama, she said, stop, respect Yusuf's mental health, I don't want to trigger him. And not a single friend could have helped.
I thought he was feeling it. I'm confused. Problem?
Yes. You should have.
Can I be in on the spot?
There's 0.4
You
seconds.
jump like that on a daily, or?
Yeah, no, he's Twitch, man. I'm live 24/7. I've been live for 40 days. My adrenaline is through the roof. I don't drink. I don't do drugs. Swear to God.
Okay, I believe it.
Yeah, this sounds like mania.
So listen, my adrenaline is crazy. I do sleep. I'm not even from Vegas. I'm from LA. I just came to shut Vegas down for the. Can I ask you a question first? Okay, if it was games.
That's right.
If it was
Your eyebrows are fabulous, by the way. Like,
Thank you, honey. Thank you. If it was Game 7 of the NBA Finals, and the please fuck over.
Yeah, he's definitely suffering from mania.
Talking about a teacher who wore outfits inside of the classroom, in which I thought she probably shouldn't do.
What is the problem with this outfit?
Well, just to prove.
She's wearing normal people clothes. It's like business casual.
How I feel about a certain group of women, you know, the chocolate peacocks, the B-dubs, the black queens, they decided to come back at me with the typical responses, and I'm going to let you guys see a lot of them. But this is the first one that came from her sister, yes, her actual blood sister, who wanted to defend her ratchet sister by saying this.
Your bald head ass up talking. You the one made an opinion about my sister. You're
Fucking cares.
Gymshark pranks Sawyer Clat.
So you absolutely love Sawyer and you just want a piece of his hair. You got scissors in your backpack and you're just gonna grab it out and ask if he wants to cut a piece of it. I hear that you've got to put the hair. Yes, I do. Once you're acting like a
How are you? I'm such a big fan. Okay, great. I just wanted to say that I'm so obsessed. I just want to like a piece of your hair.
just a bit.
Long now. It's getting real long.
Yeah, you need a cut.
Yeah, you need a cut.
I've got some scissors.
I've got some scissors.
Can I just have a little bit?
Can I just have a little bit?
You can also cut it.
Just pulling this back. Just a little bit.
I had to hand.
Hilarious. Thanks. It's just a prank, bro. I don't know why any of you think this is funny.
Meat in itself does not have to include animal abuse. So when you're ready, make that jump in logic and say,
Meat by nature has to have animal abuse unless you're like eating something like roadkill.
all meat equals murder or rape or animal abuse. You're already taking a huge logical...
Yeah, I'm just going to leave a comment right now. Your claim that eating meat or drinking milk isn't... Well, I'll just... Your claim that eating meat isn't murder is a semantic argument and doesn't actually attack the argument that's being made. From the vegan perspective, animals should have the same rights as human beings, so claiming murder only applies to human beings is nothing but semantics. In order to refute the claim that meat is murder, you would have to demonstrate a difference between humans and animals, where animals should not have the same rights as human beings. I.e., name the trait. Same thing goes for most of your other arguments, including your statement about milk. What's I also find it suspicious that I challenged you to a debate on this topic, and then the next day you decided to make this ridiculous video. I think what you intended to do here was say something stupid so that you would get a reaction, perhaps from me specifically, so that you could make some kind of follow-up video or post talking about how toxic I am or the vegan community is. Well, you're the one posting videos about how you think it's okay to support a Holocaust and how other sentient beings shouldn't have any rights protecting them. Who's the one who's being toxic here? I'm assuming you're not interested in debating because you have no argument. There we go.
Check out this incredible vegan cheese recipe.
Passata. Lasagna sheets. Passata. Vegan.
It's not a recipe. Bend over to $2 or no, $3. Never mind. It's text-to-speech.
I never knew most Mexicans who jump the border are legal citizens since they're asylum seekers, not illegals.
Asylum seekers, somebody who fled their home in search of safety and protection in another country because they're not going to... Under U.S. immigration law, a person granted asylum is legally allowed to remain in the country without... Asylum seekers are not U.S. citizens. They're... Well, in the U.S. anyway. They're foreign nationals, but they're just in the country legally. So, what are you talking about? They're not citizens, they just have a protected status.
Shortcut, which ends up ultimately being incorrect. I hope you guys are already seeing some trends here. The more black and white you are about these things, the more you are going to be wrong, because we live in a complex, nuanced world, and there's absolutely a way to produce meat without animal abuse. Like I said,
no. If you include murder as part of abuse, then no, there isn't. If you're going to say murder isn't in some way abusive, then he shouldn't have a problem with somebody raising children and killing them.
it's just not the way most meat is produced in an industrial farming system as we have in most of the world today. The other one that I got a lot is eating meat is wrong, right? It's immoral to eat meat. Meat eating is evil, all this kind of stuff, unethical. Let me go through this one real quickly. This one got a lot of attention on my Instagram. So morality, by definition, is something subjective. It is something that we humans decide is incorrect, right? We don't think that any other animal has the concept of morality at all. So we have created this concept.
I don't know why he'd assume that. Animals do certainly form social contracts. Whether or not they can consciously grasp a nuanced topic like morality, but they certainly apply moral principles. So it's just that they might not understand them. And again, if he's going to use this as the trait, then that would mean it's okay to murder children. It's okay to murder mentally disabled people who also can't understand these concepts. He's going to end up taking away human rights. Let me back up. I had another
Something
thought.
that we humans decide is incorrect.
Yeah, and morality is subjective. It's going to be based off the preferences of those who behold morality. but the problem here is that Leo's claims are logically inconsistent. So if he is going to claim it's okay to eat meat, but then claim he's vegan, that's an oxymoron. You can't say that if you claim to be vegan. If he's going to say that animals shouldn't have rights, but humans can, I think that's a contradiction, unless he's willing to take away human rights.
I've been vegan for 5 years and I've been eating eggs the entire time. Eating eggs is vegan if from an ethical source with consenting chickens. If you want to claim that eggs are sentient, that's fine, but you need to provide an argument for that claim.
Why don't you just leave your car on in the garage and sleep there at night? Thanks, Vegan Carrot.
Right? We don't think that any other animal has the concept of morality at all. So we have created this concept in order to separate right from wrong. Now, by definition, if this is subjective, this is going to vary. This is going to depend on who.
What does he mean? That made no sense. We have created the concept of morality to separate right from wrong. No. The concept of morality is a set of pro-social beliefs and practices. It's it's really something that has utility for us, and there's certainly survival benefits, and there's a genetic component to things like morality, but the way he stated why we have a concept like morality, right and wrong would just be completely arbitrary and have no utility in the way he described it. What are you doing, Finn?
Who you are, where you come from, what culture you're from, what religion you're from, what interests you have, what experiences you have, what friends you surround yourself with. It is going to vary a lot from one person to the next. So if you have something that is subjective and which varies a lot from person to person.
Yeah, so just because something is subjective, that doesn't mean we can't test your own logical consistency. So again, if he's going to say it's okay to commit murder, in the case of animals, but not in the case of people, I see a logical inconsistency there where he'd either have to grant rights to animals or take away rights from human beings.
How are we going to make a standard of morality that works for everyone? Well, in a democratic world, that means
I don't know where the fuck he's going with this.
Means we are going to go with what most people think is okay. So by definition, most people think it is completely okay to eat meat. And
right, so in historically, when most people thought it was okay to rape women, or most people thought it was okay to keep concubines, or most people thought it was okay to keep slaves, he's saying it was okay to keep slaves. This is an appeal to majority. You can't just appeal to a majority. Well, most people think it's okay to eat meat, therefore it's okay to eat meat. Okay, so he thinks slavery was morally acceptable because most people at the time thought slavery was okay?
Who are we, the vegans of less than 1% of the population? We are an extreme minority. Who are we to be so arrogant as to tell everybody else?
That's not arrogance. What's arrogance is causing a Holocaust because you think a sentient being tastes good. We have an argument. We can test meat eaters' logical consistency, and if they think humans should be granted rights under the law, but animals shouldn't, that's a logical inconsistency, where, again, they would either have to take away rights from human beings or grant rights to animals. Like, he's clearly not vegan or interested in any animal activism if this is the type of shit he's saying.
That they are wrong and we are correct. If we seriously go around pointing fingers at the masses doing that, again, we're only ostracizing, only separating, only isolating ourselves and minimizing
Leo, nobody watches your fucking videos. You clearly never do any animal activism. So, like, when you're talking about isolating and this and that, like, nobody watches your content. You don't engage in any fucking debates. Nobody's interested in anything you have to fucking say. And then here you are telling animal activists that you're isolating yourselves and ostracizing yourselves from other meat eaters and they're not listening. Nobody's listening to you. Nobody cares what you have to say because everything you say is fucking stupid.
The effect that we can have on people outside of our community. Even when talking about ethics.
Yeah, so like again, this flies in the face of animal activism. If you're an idiot. If so, were you able to bring him somewhere? Okay. Okay, good.
He tried to leave with me when I left.
So if you're adopting an ethical position like veganism, which again is the moral philosophy that animals should have the same rights as human beings, and then as part of your activism to be, I don't know, more relatable to meat eaters or something, you state animals shouldn't have the same rights as human beings, then you're not doing vegan activism. So, again, this is just an oxymoronic statement. He's saying you are doing vegan activism more effectively by not doing vegan activism.
I was trying to say about immigrants who are asylum seekers is that because of me living with a bigoted dad who told me that they're all illegal immigrants and realizing that they aren't PC of their protected status. They're escaping the drug cartels.
Well, at least that's what they claim. Again, there's a legal process to determining whether or not they're asylum seekers and whether or not they can be granted asylum. But yeah, people like DeSantis are liars and they try to make it seem as though all these people are illegal immigrants. Well, they are here legally. They're seeking asylum. That is a protected class. So it's not, they're not illegals. Thanks for the donation though, Ben.
Right? Because morality is more individual, whereas ethics, from my understanding, is a more universal thing.
No, it's not.
But even again, from ethics, you cannot say that meat is unethical. You can say...
Yes, you can.
That animal abuse is unethical, right?
Like, what is so bizarre is that they're analytically related. Like, you have to murder an animal to produce meat, at least commercially. Nobody just finds an animal, like, on the road and eats it. Like, some people do, but nobody who's eating meat in the US who's getting their meat from a grocery store is getting it from an animal that was dead anyway, through no one's fault, that just died of, like, old age or disease or, you know, roadkill or something. So, no, like, it's inexorably linked that, yes, if you buy meat from a grocery store, you're supporting abuse and murder.
Torturing animals is unethical. Again, most people...
So, like, there's a human meat trade, by the way. It's particularly prevalent in Uganda. People are killed for human meat, and because of a lot of the civil wars in Africa, people have had an interest in eating human flesh because they like the taste. So, would Leo say that human meat isn't murder? Like, eating human meat isn't murder? You're not supporting murder or abuse by eating human meat?
Oh my god, isn't that typical, dude?
My mom went to Random Bakery, asked if they have vegan donuts, and they had a whole wall of them, so she bought me some. Also, dude, Leo's not going to debate you or Avi, since besides being a coward, he made this video. Let me see.
Alrighty.
Well, yeah, I know. I've seen that video before. Yeah, he's a bitch. Thanks for the donation, Bill. Yeah. For sure. Why am I not able to see any replies? Murder, though, name the trade. Holocaust, though, nice buzzwords. Why do I even bother?
People will agree on that point. However, animal abuse is not a necessary component of meat. Most people do not buy meat for the animal abuse. They're not.
Abuse is a necessary component. Like, again, it's inexorably linked. You can't have a system where you're raising animals for murder where abuse doesn't occur. The murder itself is a component of abuse, so no. Secondly, like, again, the statement makes no sense. He's saying that they're not committing abuse because they don't want to commit abuse. So if you were to have sex with an unconscious person just because you wanted to have sex, not because you got some sort of, I don't know, pleasure out of the act of rape, that would be okay because you didn't want to rape somebody, you just wanted to have sex? Like, something's okay just because of the intention behind it?
Trying to abuse animals. And I do agree with you. There is a lot of animal abuse in the industrial animal agriculture system. And this is a point I'm going to make to you.
Right, so at family farms, you know, where chickens get to, you know, reign free when they get hung upside down and have their throats slit open, that's not abusive?
Maui.
Let me take a look. That is a very beautiful orange cat. Thanks for the donation, Vivian, though.
Reason why we are not morally superior to meat eaters is because we are also causing death of animals, innocent animals.
Yeah, so we're not causing rights violations, dummy. So there might be incidental deaths in agriculture, stuff like that, but we're not supporting rights violations. We're granting animals the same rights as human beings.
All the time when we eat vegan food, right? So all of the industrial...
So if he's going to claim this, if he's going to claim, oh, there's no difference between eating meat and eating plants, okay, so is he saying there's no reason to be vegan for ethical reasons? Like there's only potential health benefits? So if you're committing murder, either, like, this is what he's saying. Like, I just really, like, why couldn't coronavirus kill younger people? I'm totally fine with the virus, you know, putting my life at risk as long as he, you know, gets put away.
Industrial agriculture that happens today, both for animal foods and for plant foods, do kill animals. Lots of rodents, rabbits, frogs, you name it, are getting killed by the millions.
Yeah, okay, so there are human beings killed in industry. So there's, like, what, on average, 30,000 deaths in Canada alone for traffic accidents. I think it's a little higher for the United States. People kill each other, you know, because, like, with knives, guns. There's a lot of job-related accidents that result in death. So, like, if I were to kill you, that would make no difference, right? Because people die anyway. So stupid.
So Leo isn't vegan anymore, wow.
Yeah, he isn't. Retardation runs in the Venus family. Thanks for the nation, Pika.
Millions every year so that we can eat our vegan food. Now, of course, it is probably quite a smaller effect, right? And we can also say, well, a lot of that food is going to the animals. Yes, correct. But the point here is that we are talking about a difference of degree, not a difference of quality. We are both doing the same things. We are both putting animal lives underneath ourselves.
No, we're not.
So that we can live our modern,
no, we're not.
Comfortable lives. And this includes both vegans and non-vegans.
No, we're not.
Vegans. So for you to...
where's the argument for this? This is just a statement. Like, where's the, like, there has to be an evidence. There has to be a set of propositions that lead to a conclusion. Like, he's just saying, oh, well, vegans are murdering animals just like meat eaters. Where's the evidence for that?
Just say, I don't
what's
kill
the
animals
argument
for my diet, so I am a better person. That is very clearly hypocritical because...
What's the hypocrisy? He hasn't fucking pointed out the hypocrisy.
You're also killing animals for your diet. You might just be killing less animals than the people who are eating meat. If you
Leo is just so monstrously fucking stupid. So, if I were to be a serial killer and, like, murder your entire family, and then, I don't know, like, one of the people, like, somebody in your family who survived my killings were to say, oh my God, you're a horrible person. Well, you like drive a car. So that required, somebody from a factory to make machinery, and somebody might have died making that car, or upon delivery, so, like the truck driver who delivered it to the, the fucking car dealership. They might have run over some like fucking jaywalker. So who are you to judge me? You also support killing of human beings. So you're no different than I am. Like, he doesn't really seem to understand the difference between murder and some sort of incidental killing that happens.
Truly want to not kill animals, you can always do more. This is the hard fact that you need to face.
Like, it's funny because there are human deaths in agriculture. And I think it's it's a fairly dangerous job too. Number of farmer deaths per year. 2021, 9 Ontarians, so this is Ontario alone, came to end their lives in accidents on the farm. So that's in Ontario alone. How common are farming accidents and injuries? Let me see. So agriculture makes up for 19.7 million jobs. So globally, 170,000 agricultural workers are fatally injured each year. Nationally, about 60 to 70 per 100,000 farmers are killed annually. So you're talking about 170,000 deaths worldwide due to agriculture. And that's human deaths. So using Leo's logic, it would be okay for me to murder human beings because in order to produce any kind of food, humans die through farming accidents. So if I wanted to kill a human being, like Leo, for instance, that would be morally acceptable because that's no different than me buying, I don't know, broccoli from a store, which would have resulted in some amount of deaths, human deaths, in farming that broccoli because of dangers with working with mechanized equipment.
Going to be logically consistent with yourself is that if you want a difference in quality and not just degree, you need to create your own food supply. You need to grow your own foods where you're not killing rabbits and rodents and all this kind of stuff. As long as you're
right, I'll just set up a farm in my apartment.
Subscribing to the industrial food system, whether you're vegan or not, you're still going to be killing animals. So again, for you to go around saying that meat eaters are
Leo's just monstrously This is brain dead meat eating argument 101 that you can just easily debunk in a debate, and he's repeating it. Like, this guy claims to be an animal activist and giving animal activists, info on how to be better activists. He's repeating meat eating arguments that have been debunked a billion times in debate. So Leo's never done any kind of animal activism, never done any kind of outreach, never tries to do anything to convince anybody to go vegan. He's just full of shit. He's not an animal activist. So why the fuck is he trying to insert himself into the activist community, telling us how to do things and how to argue when he's clearly never fucking confronted any of these arguments before?
Is a good person is completely crazy because we're doing the same things. We are doing the exact same things. It's a difference of degree. Next one then. The world one day will be vegan. No, it will not. Like I said, not everybody can thrive on a vegan diet, and it is a natural part of...
I don't know what he means by that. Like, again, the goal with veganism is to codify, animals into human rights laws. So there's obviously always going to be criminals. So yeah, I'm sure there's always going to be people who will kill animals, but the goal is to make sure that animals have some kind of protection under the law. It's kind of like stating the world will never have human rights. It's like, okay, well, yeah, there's always going to be people who will murder each other, but like the goal is to give other people protection under the law and, punish and protect the rest of society, from these criminals, or punish the criminals and protect the rest of society. Like, I don't know what he really means exactly by that statement.
This is the third stream I've watched today reacting to this. And in every one, there is no point I've seen it paused where Leo doesn't look like the world's smuggest asshole. Why are the Venuses so confidently dumb? It hurts.
There's something in their bloodline, dude. Yeah, I hope he challenges... I hope he accepts my dueling challenge. I want to have a sword fight with him to the death. I'm sure we could find somewhere to do that. But thanks for the donation quest.
Of a human diet, we've always done it, and we probably always will. And so I definitely do not believe that the world will ever become vegan. And it's definitely not your responsibility to veganize anyone, right? It's not a religion. It is not our responsibility to spread and convert people.
I don't know what he means by that. Like, again, it's the idea of giving animals human rights. You don't have a responsibility to save anybody or protect anybody. You just have a responsibility at minimum not to violate the rights of others. So it's just a moot point.
Into veganism. We're not going to be welcomed by the vegan god into heaven if we convert more of our peers than the next person into veganism, right? It's, again, don't think of veganism as a religion. Don't try to convert people around you. You are responsible for your actions.
Like, if you were to go to some other country as like an aid worker or something, like, would you have this idea? Don't treat human rights as a religion. Like, oh yeah, it's just normal here for people to rape children. Like, don't try to, like, you know, create a government and, you know, have them follow rights and laws and, you know, not rape children or murder each other and this and that. Like, there's no point behind the statement. My brother's a big fan of you, but he eats a shit ton of beef and chicken. What would you say to him? I'd say I hope he chokes on his next meal.
Who do you hate more, Cosmic Skeptic Leo or John Venus?
John Venus, including his Leo, or his brother Leo. The smug fucking attitude that the Venus brothers have just drives me nuts. It really irritates me, just the look on his face. Thanks for the donation though, Tool.
You're responsible for your life, for your body, not for everyone else. The other argument I get as well is, oh, it's natural, so we should rape each other and kill each other because that's natural too. I've already kind of covered that.
That is certainly natural behavior. When you look at ancient traditional societies, that was extremely commonplace. Most deaths were violent deaths.
In the past in the video as well. It's kind of a 5-year-old level argument, completely silly argument. So
funny how he says this. Yeah, speaking of 5-year-old arguments.
Again, it makes us sound like absolute fools. Here's an interesting one. Animals have a right to life. I would actually argue more towards the opposite, even for humans, right? It's like nobody actually has a right to life when you think about it. Again, these are human
rights are granted by other people, so if other people grant that right, then yes, other humans have rights. It's just monstrously it's basically like saying something like titles don't exist. So you could have like, you know, you could be a police officer or a doctor. Well, you're not really a doctor because the only reason you're a doctor is because you've been credited and recognized as a doctor by other people. Yeah. It's like, just because these things require, you know, socialization or some sort of social order to exist, that doesn't mean they don't exist. Like, it's... So is this guy admitting he's not a doctor because in order for him to be a doctor, like, other people have to agree to certify him as a doctor? It's just so stupid.
Made concepts. We're all going to die. You know, if Mr. Death comes to your door and says, okay, we're going now, you're not going to say, wait on a second. I have the right to life. I'm going to live forever. I can't die. We're all...
nobody's claiming rights make you immortal. None of this makes any sense. Like, he's so stupid, dude.
People gonna die. It's not really a right. It's more of a gift. It is a gift that.
Yeah, so rights are a bit different than a gift because gifts do not have governments and, you know, controlling bodies behind them like police that can protect the gift.
That we are alive, and that is why we should enjoy every second of this life as much as we can. You can even say it from a Matthew.
So, like, I'm just wondering, is he against the idea of human rights then? So he thinks I should be able to kill him?
Mathematical point of view, death is, if that is the n equals 1, then if death comes from a human being slaughtering an animal, you could even argue that that death is probably a lot nicer than the death that's going to come in nature. What we agree.
Well, these animals wouldn't have existed in the first place if we weren't farming them. You could just say the same thing about a human being. Well, you know, I raised my, 10-year-old son and then murdered him and ate him. But, like, just think, if he were existing in nature, he probably would have gotten eaten by coyotes or something. Okay, is that what makes murder okay? Well, Leo, if your family was living in nature, they'd probably starve to death, so it's much more humane for me to, like, kill you all, right?
In the vegan community, and what most people who aren't vegan also agree with, is that we don't like animal abuse. And this is where the focus should be. This is where we need to be.
Well, you're totally fine with animal abuse. You just admitted you're fine with agriculture. You're fine with taking away rights from animals. You're fine with murdering animals for food.
Talking about how can we make conditions better for animals? How can we avoid...
That's a welfarist perspective. That's not a vegan perspective. This is like... Like, again, this would be the, like, argument for continuing slavery. Slave traders used this argument where they tried to argue for welfare standards rather than abolitionism. So if we were still living in, slave era America, would you say, well, we shouldn't get rid of slaves. What we should do is just make sure their living conditions are really nice, where they get good food, they get a nice bed to sleep on, their work isn't so difficult, and then when we have to punish our slaves, we don't, like, mutilate them or anything. There's a fundamental issue with slavery, just like how there's a fundamental issue with animal agriculture. This isn't veganism that he is promoting. And why is he saying he's a vegan doc? Just say you're a fucking bitch. Just put a 10 years bitch doctor.
The animal abuse that happened.
Nigu, you need to chill the fuck out with all this nonsense about wanting to sword fight people to the death and hoping people choke. You're making great points, but don't let your anger overshadow the otherwise good commentary you have on his video.
Don't care, thanks for the nation, dude.
3v1 cage match to the death between you and Blaha, Tufano, and Venus, how would it go? Who would win? Would it be a close contest?
I would win. And no, I don't think it'd be close. Thanks for the nation, Real Goblin.
May I suggest that you duel with pistols instead of swords? That way when he's trying to count the 3 paces on his fingers, he'll get confused and you can quickly finish the job. In his eyes it will be humane.
There's something so much more satisfying, though, about just cutting somebody in half. And just watching their eyes slowly roll back into their head while they have to, slowly die, seeing the horror of part of their body missing. So I think I'd rather have a sword fighting duel. Thanks for the donation, Quest.
Happens. How can we include all people to the discussion and to this change of making these environments more safe for animals so that they're not suffering throughout their entire lives. Another very big misconception, actually, I just remembered that I used to believe is meat eaters are, number one, either ignorant or bad people. They don't care about animals. Now, believe me, because I have done this social experiment. I have shown documentaries like Earthlings, like Dominion.
Ask Yourself left a comment. Hey dude, saw you left a comment on Leo Venus's stupid dumb fuck video. Just so you know, I messaged him challenging him to a debate on this specific topic yesterday after he made a bunch of stupid Instagram posts basically saying the same stupid shit he said in the video, you know, talking about how eating meat isn't murder. And I think he put out this video trying to bait some kind of response either from me or a bunch of people from the vegan community just so he could make a video later saying, oh, see, this is how vegans react. This isn't conducive to, you know, any kind of proper dialogue. And this is why meat eaters won't, you know, go vegan, this and that. So he's not interested in talking or debating about any of this. He's just a fucking attention-seeking retard. Yeah, and dude, like, clearly, even if there was that intention behind this to, you know, just make some kind of bigger point about how the vegan community conducts themselves, like, Leo clearly isn't vegan. I think if he was genuinely interested in giving animals rights, he wouldn't have said this, so... he's a lot like his brother. I think they're both actually narcissists. I'm pretty sure that kind of mental condition runs in their family. He's really just interested in himself, really. He's an incredibly frustrating person. Like, just the smug look on his face the entire time.
To between 50 and 100 people at least. And these are medical students, doctors, you know, family members, friends from all stages and walks of life, all different professions, different countries, different cultures and religions. And believe me, I think of myself as a relatively good communicator, right? I can get my point across.
You're a shit communicator. All you do is rely on your own personal sensibilities. You can never make any kind of rational argument using evidence or logical reasoning. Like, again, this is the guy who is spreading misinformation about coronavirus and vaccines. Then when Dr. Avi and I got into a Facebook call with him, all he could do was lie, obfuscate, you know, keep changing the goalposts, changing what his stance actually was. Then he said, like, later, like, reluctantly, oh yeah, sure, I'll be willing to have a debate or discussion on this. And then after, like, after he realized that whole conversation was recorded, he made some bitchy fucking video calling, like, Avi and I, like, dishonest liars or snakes or something like that. Like, he's not a good communicator. He's just a dummy, like his brother. The only path to knowing tellers, Leo's, is it okay for people to murder these people? Sound on.
You love him. I love him. I love him.
Yeah, really. It's such a disgusting point of view. Like, these animals, you know, are sentient. They have a lot of the same emotions we do. And then here's Leo saying, oh yeah, we should be able to just chop them up and eat them. Piece of crap.
About ready to go to the gym.
Fuck, dude. Wow. It's a nice donkey. Seal taking a nap. It's a cute seal. Thanks for the donation, the only path.
Across relatively well. And after watching this documentary with 50 to 100 people, not including my family, not a single one of those people went vegan. after.
Yeah, it's because your entire family is made up of selfish, narcissistic pieces of shit, clearly. If both you and your brother are like this, your entire family must be like this. So, you know, if you're so in favor of this idea of ethical farming, how about we round up your entire fucking family, we'll put them all into cages, I'll make sure you have nice beds to sleep on, and I'll make sure I make some good slop for you all to eat, like, you know, not like actual pig slop, but, you know, something you'd enjoy, some kind of soup, and then just tell me exactly how you want me to kill you and chop you up into fucking pieces that would fit, you know, this ethical murder and ethical meat production, jackass.
Do you really think it is because every single one of those people are evil? Once I cure them of their ignorance...
Yeah, they are. Absolutely all of them are.
I wonder if there's something to these pseudo-vegans living in remote locations and just not being in normal relationships that contribute to their mental decline. It seems like the more so-called personal journeys they have, the dumber they get.
I think it's probably more related to them being influencers or failed influencers than where they live exactly. I think the types of people that you see who, you know, try to make a living online through social media, they just tend to be selfish jackasses and stupid. Because, like, again, usually people don't think of making a social media career. What happens is they just want attention, so they upload videos to get attention, and then it turns into a career. Nobody, like, considers YouTube the same, like, thinks of YouTube the same way they'd think about acting, where it's like, oh yeah, I'm gonna go to school and go to acting classes and practice and then, you know, try to get a job. People don't think of it the same way like that. So I think it's just a lot of selfish, attention-seeking assholes, including some of these people who weasel their way into the vegan community who end up doing this kind of shit. Thanks for the donation, though, Adam.
Real question, VG, do you want people to actually become vegan, or, if you could, would you just mass genocide all meat eaters? The way you talk sometimes makes it sound like you would have no problem killing anyone who eats meat. Why not try to change them?
If meat eaters refuse to go vegan, then I'd be in favor of genociding them. So if you were to say, make a public announcement of some sort, meat eating's wrong, this and that, it's the same as murder, so if you're gonna murder animals, you're gonna get murdered, and then they ate meat, then yeah, I'd be in favor of genociding them. And yeah, I don't have a problem with killing people who eat meat. Why would I? They're serial killers. So, name the trait. So if there was somebody going around killing and eating people, would you have a problem with killing that person if the only way to stop them was to kill them? Obviously not. So if you think that there's a difference with animals, then name the trait. Name the trait that's lacking in animals that if lacking in a human being, you would not have a problem with hunting down and killing human beings that were, you know, killing and eating people. But so Isaac sent me a message. You know, the other day James is going to talk to John, and once Avi came up, John refused. He also refused if I was there. Seems like he wants to pick easier fights. He's not trying to pick easier fights, dude. What he's trying to do is manipulate other people. So he knows he can't manipulate me. He knows he can't manipulate Avi or you. So he's trying to find some people who are kind of more receptive to some of the stupid bullshit he's coming up with. I think he's just treating the vegan community as some sort of means of getting like attention and admiration for himself rather than actual activism. Because like, just look at the video. He's literally arguing that in order to better be an animal activist, you have to not do animal activism and advocate this idea that there's literally no ethical reason to be fucking vegan. Animals should not have rights. Like, these are ideas that are completely antithetical to veganism.
Skip to 305. Is this how you'd want your fight between Leo Penis and you to go down? You are Batman and he is the mutant leader.
I've seen that already. Yeah, so there's The Dark Knight Rises. Yeah, I'd basically want to break every single limb in his body, sure. Thanks for the donation, Bend Over.
Thus shit had me in tears.
Coming, rock it 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 coming, lift it, give it that bounce, move for me, rock to my.
That is an old meme that's been going on for at least a couple months now. Thanks for the donation, Killing Titan.
Would you say they are evil? Is that why they didn't go vegan? You know, again, if you're going to be logical and objective about this, I would say, you know what? We are the minority. We, the vegans, are probably just overly sensitive. Maybe we are overly empathetic. Maybe we care.
Yeah, true. Let's put that empathy aside and have a duel to the death.
About animals a little bit more than the rest of the people. Maybe we are more sensitive to animal suffering. Maybe that is the case. But for
yeah, so again, these same people are advocating for human rights and also paradoxically animal rights. Like, a lot of these meat eaters also own pets and shit. So the problem is with their logical consistency. So unless they can name some sort of trait that, you know, separates animals from humans, they have no basis to make this claim that, oh, well, animals don't matter, we can kill and eat them. And even if they can name a trait, like, again, I haven't seen a case where they either have to deny rights from humans or grant animals rights.
For you to go, again, from an extreme minority and say that all of these other people are horrible and terrible and evil and we are the righteous few, I cannot get...
This, like, you could literally make the same claim about Nazis. Maybe Nazis, you know, just aren't really that empathic when it comes to Jews. What the fuck does any of this matter?
That to sound logical or rational in my head. I really can't. Yet another misconception. The longest lived human beings in the world are vegan. No, they are not. So when you're looking at most of the...
So if you're looking at subgroups within a population, yeah, typically the people who eat the least amount of meat are. That was true in the Adventist Health Studies. That was true in the Oxford Vegetarian Cohort. And that's also true, I don't know if there was any other paper. But so yeah, if you're just gonna look at like who's the longest living population on Earth, it's the Californian Adventist vegetarians. They're considered to be the longest living people on Earth. I think the Okinawans, and there's one other group of people in Europe that I think live particularly long. If you're going to just do this sort of game where you, I don't know, find some kind of nation of people where they're not generally vegan, but they tend to live the longest, and say, oh, well, they're not vegan, but they live the longest, like, again, they have their own sort of specific risk factors that might contribute to longevity, but that doesn't mean veganism wouldn't make them live longer. So what you have to look at is whether or not diet type within these groups of people is conducive to longevity. And again, from what I've seen, people who eat more and more plant-based tend to live longer, at least assuming they get adequate nutrition. And that was the case in the Adventist Health Studies and in the Oxford Vegetarian Cohort.
Evidence when we're studying the people who are the longest lived, the centenarians, all of these people who are eating both animal products and plants. Yeah, sure, they do eat a lot of plant foods, whole plant foods, but it's usually also including.
I'm vegan and also deploy NetHet. My problem with you is not your arguments, it's the optics of your platform. Whether you like or not, we have to think about optics because bad optics will convert less people. Talking about killing people is bad optics.
I don't care. If you're dealing with people who are so fucking stupid, the only thing they hang on to is, I don't know, some kind of thing that offended them, they're not turning vegan, okay? Nobody is going to fucking turn vegan because they like the way you talk. Oh, you have nice hair and you're really polite. People turn vegan because they understand the fucking ethical necessity of, you know, giving, granting animals rights. So they're like, anybody who's going to see me talk about how, you know, why you need to be vegan, but then say, I'm not going to go vegan because he said, like, it's okay to murder people that, you know, murder others. Like, they're not ever going to go vegan. They're stupid, selfish fucking jackasses who don't care about morals and ethics. They only care about how nice your hair is and how polite you talk. Thanks for the nation, though. I'm Negra.
It's not, you know, just 1% of animal foods. It's a significant amount of their diet coming from animal foods. So again, this idea is factually incorrect.
What he just said is incorrect. You can find plenty of marginal cases where people smoke their entire lives, eat a really bad diet, and then they live into their hundreds. Again, the question is whether or not these diets are conducive to longevity. And again, clearly, in every culture that I've seen, plant-based dieting is associated with longevity.
And actually, before we had the technology that we have in the modern world and we had access to the supplements that we have, it wasn't even possible to be vegan. Now, keep in mind, when we're talking
Who cares? What does that have to do with anything?
About veganizing everyone. As a medical doctor, there's even a few reasons why I would recommend people not go vegan. Number one, if you are not actually very diligent and if you don't have at least...
Oh, cool. So apparently, if you eat, like, you know, pepperoni pizza, ice cream, you know, burgers from McDonald's, you don't have to be diligent about your diet. But if you're vegan, oh, you have to be really diligent about your diet to make sure you're getting all your nutrients. I don't think he even believes this. This is just attention-seeking bullshit. He wants attention.
Some sort of interest in nutrition and learning.
He even knows this is false.
A little bit thoughtful in planning how you're going to get the right nutrients, as well as taking care to supplement regularly and consistently. If you're not that kind of person, if you're a person who doesn't really care much about nutrition, doesn't really care much about being a little bit systematic and organized about where you're going to get the right nutrients and learning a little bit more about nutrition, then I wouldn't recommend you go vegan because you're increasing the risk.
Right, keep murdering animals. I claim to be vegan, but I recommend you keep murdering animals because, like, unless you're a nutrition expert, why would you go vegan? Such a fucking phony.
That you're going to suffer from certain deficiencies.
I'm getting tired of this.
Bad. I think none of these things are fair. Users that I talked about in this much greater degree than you are if you're believing in all of these conversations. Reality, it's dealing with you for...
Well, that was a horrible, horrific waste of time, and then the only replies I get are just trolls and just pure dumbasses. Here's a genius. Animals does not have the same rights as humans. You don't change the lion with murder if it kills another lion. Vegan dog owners who keep pets do not commit dog slavery, just as omnivore dog owners who keep pets do not commit dog slavery. The Holocaust was genocide of European Jews during World War II. Between 1941 and 1945, Nazi Germany and these are the people leaving comments on Leo's channel. So, yeah, Leo's not vegan. He doesn't run a vegan channel. He's not a vegan activist. Nobody fucking watches his channel. Nobody was ever interested in his channel. This is just a fucking jackass who wants attention on YouTube, and he found some sort of weird niche where he knows posting this kind of stupid bullshit gets a bunch of attention from a certain community. This guy is just a fucking narcissist. I think John Venus and his brother Leo are both narcissists. And Leo's probably a little smarter than his brother John, but they're both just seeking ways to get attention. They're not interested and never were interested in animal activism. Like, if Leo was interested in animal activism, he would have done animal activism. So, yeah, this guy's a fucking clown. Hopefully this dipshit chokes on his next meal. I'm just gonna go take another piss. I'll be right back.
How are you feeling tonight? Did you meditate and before stream?
I did meditate earlier today, not right before the stream, but shortly after I woke up. Had a meal first. I'm feeling super fucking frustrated because of the stupid shit I have to listen to. It's not even reacting to Leo Venus. I just realized today I actually genuinely hate uploading YouTube videos. And the reason is I'm not an attention-seeking fucking moron like the rest of the idiots on this fucking platform. Like, I upload a video thinking, you know, I had a really good debate. I came into this debate, by the way, wanting an actual debate. These dumbasses just, you know, gish-galloped, fucking, you know, talked over me, did all this bullshit the entire time, then they just booted me off, but I thought I made a pretty good point and debunked their arguments. Then I have to go into the fucking comment section. Oh my god, you're delusional, you don't even have an argument. Over and over and over again, and even people who are fucking atheists and shit are like, you needed to read up on Muslim fucking philosophy before you could debate them, you got destroyed. Like, I just can't fucking handle the amount of fucking idiots that I'm exposed to on a daily basis, and this is why people like I Show Speed and that other fucking idiot who created a riot in New York City get so successful. They don't care about the response from their audience. Like, they just want attention. They're attention-seeking fucking nitwits, and then they can do stupid shit like, you know, let off firecrackers in their fucking house, have sex with their dog, or fucking start a riot, and then they're like, oh, great, they can read an endless series of comments of people calling them a fucking moron, and they're like, oh, fucking awesome, I love this attention! Like, that's why I'm so fucking frustrated today. It's not even just because of the stupid shit that I had to hear from Leo. But, yeah, maybe I should just flat out, plain simple, never read comments ever again. I think I'm just gonna have to do that. But otherwise, Sam, I'm feeling just fine. I could do some sit-ups and twerking if you're down. Appreciate the donation though, Sam.
The issue here is that people, like Leo, believe that it's justified to violate the rights of some individuals, in this case, animals, if it improves the health or well-being of another individual, in this case, humans. Very oppressive and evil mindset.
Yeah. There's no way for him to have the perspective he does without also taking away human rights. So, you know, you'd think if you're a good person, you'd be interested in just granting animals rights, which would benefit the most amount of beings. But, yeah, apparently if you're Leo, yeah, I think he just really wants to have an excuse to eat a pepperoni pizza or something. Thanks for the donation, Leo's gay.
What if people are more likely to change based on their positive experiences with vegans? Is it better for the animals if they stop eating animal products even if they don't fully make the ethical connection? What's most effective for the animals?
There doesn't seem to be any evidence that that's the case. That if you're just nice for to somebody just to be manipulative, that they're more likely to be vegan. Like, again, the reason people adopt vegan beliefs is because they believe in the ethical principles, not because you have nice hair and you were polite. So, I don't even know why it makes any intuitive sense that because you're polite, people are more likely to be vegan. Like, again, people are more likely to be vegan if you're able to actually get them to understand and adopt the ethical principles, not just for them to like you. Thanks for the donation, though, Animal Liberation.
There's nothing more hateful than Christian love.
Are you good? Fuckers in my face! Get off the road, you wicked child of the devil. Turn, boy. Turn or burn. Turn or burn. Or you might just die tonight. God just might take you out of this world tonight. I'm standing right here. You might just die tonight. Yeah, you might just stumble.
What this guy is doing is assault, and I don't know why the fuck the officer doesn't arrest him, because you don't have to actually physically touch somebody for it to be considered assault. You can do things like get right up in their face. You can... He's also making threats as well. There's a concept called fighting words. And he's like putting his fingers right in his face. Like, why the fuck isn't the cop just arresting this dipshit?
Put your way right into hellfire, boy. You might just stumble your way right into hell. You might just slip and trip and fall right into hell. You're gonna be weeping and wailing and gnashing your teeth, boy. You love the devil so much, you're gonna be right there with him in hellfire. You're gonna get a devil's hell for your sin.
Papa Swolio being ratioed in his own comments.
Dude looks like the human personification of bro science, been vegan for 9 years. Really hope no one's taking advice from this guy. Fake news alert. Science shows clearly the opposite. Let me,
Juicing. Yeah, vegan bodybuilders, you see that online. Like, look at this guy, he's huge. Yeah, but you're juicing.
So this guy takes steroids. He used to be much smaller, and then he started taking steroids. He used to actually avoid showing any of his lifts or his actual physique. You'd only ever see him like neck high. So, and then he started taking steroids, and then he got way fucking bigger. So it's funny how, oh, you're a vegan bodybuilder, but you're on steroids. He's on steroids.
If they're juicing, sure, you can build muscle if you're getting in enough protein. Doesn't mean it's easy, and not very few people can actually...
Yes, tofu is hard to eat.
Thrive on that. Fact, that's why very few people do it, because it's...
Yeah, it's so hard to thrive on it. That's why vegans live longer and have lower risk of chronic disease, right?
Very, very hard to get all your nutrients in. Doesn't mean it's impossible.
Yes, if only vegans could eat like pepperoni pizza, it would be so much easier to get all the nutrients you need.
Possible, but a lot of these deficiencies from doing a vegan diet don't show up for even months or years. So,
yeah, not true. That's just total bullshit.
You're not performing at your best more often than not, which is why most people don't do it. And if you take anabolics, sure, it's changing your body's chemical signaling pathways in order to trigger an increase in fat metabolism, an increase in protein synthesis, and all those things that anabolic steroids can do.
It's good. Just super boring.
Could this work for you?
Shut up, comment blocker. I might add that to my taskbar. Thanks for the donation, dude.
Well, step back from the haters. I am happy to give you a virtual shoulder for a good cry. Even here, I have had people mocking me with messages. I just ignore it. Well, would doing the super twerk help?
I definitely don't want to do the super twerk, dude. Like, especially with dieting and all the training I'm doing, I think it's just a little too much. So, maybe just do the usual twerking, or maybe just, like, one extra song and, like, some extra sit-ups, but, I think just the usual amount of twerking sit-ups. But thanks, James. I'm just not gonna read comments at all anymore. So I just can't handle all that stupid shit. But appreciate the donation, Sam, and the support.
Know what would cheer you up? A piping hot bowl of, you guessed it, mashed up microwaved poop from my hairy asshole. While you chew my curdled ass clumps, wiry hairs from my crack will stick in your teeth, while the liquid dunk streams down your chin.
That's good to hear. Thanks for the donation, microwave poop.
Because that's just annoying. I want to shed light on the fact that this is on my belief that this is a universal problem of public concern in Canada and elsewhere. And I can do that because the worst thing the college can do to me is, well, the worst thing they can do is suspend my license and make a public statement that because of my refusal to comply with their dictates, I'm no longer acceptable as a licensed clinical psychologist.
Yeah, he isn't. He's proven himself to be completely and utterly incapable of treating people with gender dysphoria or gender identity disorders, or people in the LGBTQ community in general, just because of how fucking bigoted he is. And a lot of what he's spewing online completely goes against the treatment practices and ethics of the psychology board he's a part of. And he keeps complaining, oh, they're trying to take my license away unless I take their education program. Like, yeah, why wouldn't they?
And I don't want them to do that because I believe that I earned my license and am also a good at.
Yep, and you earned your license to be taken away because you spew bullshit online.
Advocate on the clinical front. I don't want to be in a position where
Like, what's funny, by the way, when he says this, if you actually look at the reviews from his private practice before he got famous, he got really middling reviews. So he wasn't actually a particularly good therapist to begin with. He was getting like a lot of 2.5 out of 5-star reviews. And it wasn't until he got famous and then his clientele sort of changed to where most of his clientele were like fans of his beforehand, that his reviews improved. So, keeping in mind that he's mediocre at best at his practice, and the crap he said online goes against the practices and ethics of the psychology board, it's totally reasonable for them to demand that he takes some retraining in order to keep his license.
Useless bureaucrats motivated by a political agenda and whatever envy and resentment they carry in their dark and nasty little hearts have the opportunity to strip me of something that I spent a decade of extremely hard work earning. But, you know, if I...
What does he even mean by that? You do not need 10 years worth of education to become a psychologist. That's just a lie. Years of education to be a psychologist. So, to become a psychological practitioner, you must apply for registration with the College of Psychologists of Ontario process, which requires 4 years of work experience and 1 year of supervised practice. So, like, where is this 10 years coming from? Like he's just lying. It doesn't require that much fucking education to become a psychologist.
In that film Ralph Wrecks the Internet, Wreck-It Ralph learned to avoid reading comments. You are doing diving? Would you like to do 100 sit-ups and one song? I saw you yawning and you do look tired.
I'd rather do 200 sit-ups, 2 songs, just so I can, like, move more, and get more exercise. Like, I am dieting and stuff, so. And I'm not tired. I'm probably going to be up for a long time. I slept most of the day. I've been having trouble getting to sleep because of the meds I'm on, but when I do finally sleep, I get the, normal sort of 8 hours. So I woke up pretty late in the day. I think I woke up at like 6. So, not tired. Thanks for the donation though, Sam.
If they do strip it from me, well, first of all, that's not going to redound to their credit. Second, I can probably get licensed in a jurisdiction like Florida with a bit of...
Well, you go to Florida then, because Canada does not want you.
That would
if
be,
I wanted
that'd
to.
be satisfying.
Yeah,
Who
well,
wants to be part of this creepy little...
Yep, go to the conservative hellhole with all the other people of retirement age around your age, where you can, just be hateful with everybody else.
Club of psychologists that
Hopefully
are just telling people lies
hurricane.
anyway.
The 10 years probably comes from the total of 3 years bachelor degree plus 3 years master degree plus 4-year work experience.
Maybe you could argue that, but that doesn't exactly make... That's disingenuous, I would say. But thanks for the donation, eh?
If the entire profession is being forced to not tell their clients the truth, then...
Like, the problem is, it's not that they can't give their own sort of advice to clients that they think would be best for their clients. He is completely violating the industry standards. And that's why they want him to, like, force him to do retraining. So you can't just say anything you fucking want if you're licensed as a psychologist. Like, if you're saying things that are proven to be harmful to clients, like, yeah, no shit, you're gonna have issues with keeping your license. Thank you for that, Sprickety. Appreciate the donation, dude.
Maybe you should
It's worse
drop
than
that
that.
club.
It's worse than that. It's worse than that, Michaela. The bodies that govern the training programs for clinical psychologists in Canada, the Canadian Psychological Association, has increasingly moved to make it mandatory for universities that offer clinical psychology training to do that under the rubric of social justice or face the suspension of the accreditation.
What does he even mean by that? Like, thank you again, Sprickety. That's some wonderful spam. What does he even mean by that? What is the rubric of social justice? He's making shit up. He's just lying and making shit up.
Of their programs, and that's also happening in medicine. Everyone listening, you bloody well better listen to this.
What he probably means by this is you have to recognize trans identities.
People, because we're entering a situation where the universities themselves are required to ensure that your physicians and your psychologists are of a particular political stripe, which essentially means.
Yeah, so this is apolitical. Recognizing trans identities isn't political.
Maybe you could see the doctor and see if themes can be adjusted. Songs, your choice 209 sit-ups. First tranche.
Well, thank you, Sam. Appreciate the donation, dude. And yeah, I was planning on seeing the doctor and seeing if I can have adjustment to my medication.
Couldn't Jordan just market himself as a practitioner specializing in dealing with conservative religious bigots?
Yeah, or, like Nazis or just, fascists in general. He could do that. He's stated that he actually gets a large amount of funding from Nazi organizations. He's admitted to it publicly. So I don't know why he doesn't just lean into it more. Yeah, so the whole recognizing gender identities things, it's apolitical. It's just that conservatives tend to be, racist, homophobic bigots. So you just end up seeing more conservatives not recognizing gender identities, but it's apolitical.
Radically left, not just left, but radically left, like social justice, full, woke, critical.
You do not, by the way, the Iranian government recognizes transgenderism as legitimate. So they allow for gender-affirming care in Iran. An extremely right-wing totalitarian regime. And they allow for gender-affirming care. This is clearly apolitical. It's just that, some people are able to understand that gender and sex are separate. It's just so evidently obvious at this point. And you just happen to be too much of a fucking homophobic bigot to accept that.
Is there an explanation why things like gender-denying cognitive behavioral therapy don't work for gender dysphoria? Like how/why is it different from treatments like body dysmorphia, anorexia, etc., where the care is not affirming the beliefs of the patient?
Well, the reason for that is they've done that. There's never been a trial where that sort of treatment has actually been effective. So that would suggest that this isn't some kind of delusion that's built up over time, where with body dysmorphic individuals, you need to have some sort of affirmation that what they're seeing isn't real, and you need to change their behavior, and over time, the way they see themselves kind of normalizes and becomes more realistic. So there's an increasing amount of evidence there's a brain-sex distinction, and trans people have a brain that kind of is formed and behaves more closely to the opposite sex. So, yeah, again, those treatments just have failed to work, whereas treatments that allow for gender transitioning do work. And I mean, like, the fact is, there are people who successfully transition are completely indistinguishable from, you know, being male or female, even though they're male or female at birth. So, and they live happier, more fulfilling lives. Like, it's just evidently obvious there's a separation between sex and gender. Thanks for the donation, though, W. So, like, when Jordan Peterson says, oh, if you support transgender ideology, you are far left-wing, super fucking woke, you believe in critical race theory and all of this, the Iranian government recognizes trans identities. So you obviously don't need to adopt all these other beliefs to recognize trans identities. And again, I think that's why he didn't specifically say trans identities. He said social justice warrior ideology. Because if he had said trans identities, you could use the example of Iran being a far right-wing, conservative, religious, totalitarian regime, accepting trans identities, proving like this has nothing to do really with political ideology. And on top of that, critical race theory has nothing to do with political ideology. Like, it just is a fact. There is a problem in the court system with racial bias. That's what it deals with. He doesn't even know what critical race theory is.
Jokes aside, Richard. I am a pharmacist and I specialize in psychiatry. If you would like help adjusting your medications, just let me know. I can send you my email.
I'm just gonna stick with my current doctor. She's been pretty good. So, thanks for the help, dude, but, yeah, I'd rather just work with my doctor. Thanks, Dick for crack. Thank you for that, Sprickety.
Second tranche.
Well, thank you, Sam. Appreciate that. I'll start doing the sit-ups in a few minutes. I just took my nicotine and I'm way too relaxed right now. But in about like 15-20 minutes I should be good. Appreciate it again, man.
Me and all you Wally are wondering when you are doing Earl activism. We need it.
Yeah. I'll do it this year, okay? I just don't know when exactly, and there's a friend of mine who I like her setup, and I'll ask her how she gets a TV set up on her car and like what kind of battery and shit she uses. But thanks, Yo-Yo Veg, appreciate it.
Kixel. 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 Kixel.
Thank you for that, Sprickety. Appreciate the spam. Can't set up a table anywhere. There's bylaws where I wouldn't be able to set up a table, but I can obviously protest.
Have you heard of the sunfish? At first glance it looks like nature made a mistake and made a retarded animal, but it's actually OP. This video is pretty interesting if you want to watch something chill.
I remember the first time I ever saw a picture of an ocean sunfish on the cover of a Nat Geo magazine or something like that. I was probably 8 years old, and I just and seen just sort of flopping.
Maybe we'll watch that later. Fish are really interesting. A lot of very interesting, weird fish in the ocean. All right, thank you, penis.
I'm a Muslim and I was watching your stream yesterday when you were debating the Russian Muslim guy. I was fucking pissed when you were saying that Islamic societies are barbaric and the Prophet was a pedophile. You need to retract those statements.
So, if you look at societies like Afghanistan, yeah, I mean, the Taliban are absolutely barbaric. They torture and murder people. They've committed mass killings. A lot of the Taliban are actually also child rapists. There's like this weird thing where, because they can't have sex with women, they think it's like a loophole where they can have sex with children, like boys. It's really fucked up. Like if you look at Muslim majority societies like, I don't know, Turkey, whatever, I don't think that's a barbaric society necessarily. But if you're talking about fundamental Islamic societies, like, yeah, a lot of them are fucking barbaric. Like Saudi Arabia, Taliban-controlled Afghanistan, they just commit horrible, horrible human rights violations in the name of Islam. And the Prophet was a pedophile. It's pretty clear that his wife Aisha was a literal child. With a fairly high degree of certainty, you can say she was about 9 years old, give or take a year or two. He did wed her before she had a period, so she was a prepubescent girl before he married her. It's debatable if he consummated the marriage, or well, like I shouldn't even say that. It's debatable if he raped that kid. He waited to rape the kid until she had her first period. Probably not. He probably did. The chances of her having her first period when she was like around 9 or 10 are pretty low, especially for that time period. Age of Menarche has been going back like to younger and younger years in modern society. So then chances are average age of Menarche was around like mid-teens. So he certainly was a pedophile. There's also a number of reliable hadiths talking about how she was young enough where she enjoyed playing with dolls, like children's toys. So yeah, the Prophet Muhammad was a pedophile. He's a piece of shit. Thanks for that donation, Tommy. Thank you for that, Sprickety. Again, appreciate it.
Racist theory, oppressive, patriarchal
Or
narrative,
Cortez,
feminist left wing, or the institution itself will not be allowed to train physicians or psychologists.
So, Iran, transgender.
Government officials in Iran claim that they don't have any issues with gay people in their country, but it's a curious thing for them to say, especially considering the fact that A, there are gay people in their country, and B, the way Iran likes to deal with it is by coercing gay individuals to have sex change operations. Now, this is really fascinating because they reject the idea of homosexuality. In fact, if you are caught in gay acts, you could be murdered in Iran. However, they do accept that if you want to date or marry or be with someone of the same sex, you could be having a gender identity crisis, and maybe you should go through with a sex change operation. Really interesting, and they're really pushing people to do this. Now,
Anna's being a pretty fine-ass babe. She makes a good MILF. Even when she was younger, she hasn't really aged much. Yeah, so you have to be a super left-wing, ultra woke, this and that. The Iranian regime promotes transgenderism, so I guess this whole claim falls flat, huh, Peterson?
As a person who hates insects, would this be a nightmare scenario for you?
I don't know if that would be a nightmare. Locusts, like grasshoppers, shit like that, they don't really gross me out. It's usually flies, ants, cockroaches, mosquitoes, like those types of insects that I really don't like. But, yeah, things like grasshoppers, bees, cicadas, aphids, they don't gross me out for whatever reason. But spiders, ants, flies, they really creep me out and they're gross. Thanks for the donation though, Insetters. This is pretty crazy though.
I love insects. Super fascinating.
They are fascinating, but a lot of them are also fucking gross. But thanks for the donation, Papa Cato Avocado. And thank you for the spam Cortez. Yeah, by the way, if you're ever in a situation like this where you could, like, eat insects and, like, scoop them up with a net, you shouldn't do that. I think about 20% of the parasites that are found in insects are transferable to humans, so they're pretty dangerous to eat. Especially wild insects like this. So, just so you know.
And I know that sounds like a conspiracy theory, and, well, go look it up for yourself and see if it's true. Because it's true right down
That is a conspiracy theory, and it's completely untrue.
to the last word. And so if you Canadians, you think you're going to be served well by craven political ideologues who are primarily...
Who is more, like, politically ideological between the left and right wing, honestly? It's clearly conservatives. Like, especially when you're talking about really far right of the political spectrum. Like, when you look at the left wing, they're usually secular, non-religious, and a lot of their interest has to do with just improving other people's lives and being sensitive to, other people's problems. And they also tend to be more educated, more scientific. And then when you look at the right wing, it's run by, like, literal fascists, people who are racist, hate people of other skin people, hate people of other religions, and a lot of their beliefs are based off of, like, their religious beliefs. Like, who's more of a fucking ideologue?
selected to be physicians on the basis of their political purity, you've got a bloody another thing coming. That didn't work out so well in Eastern Europe, let me tell you.
Buddy, you realize the fucking Nazis murdered gay and trans people, right? Like, they rounded them up and put them in fucking gas chambers. A lot of the first literature that Nazis actually specifically banned was literature on homosexuality and transgenderism. like, what a fucking moron. Like, he thinks this is akin to Nazism? Nazis are the ones who banned this type of fucking literature that you want banned.
It's not going to work out very well for us either. And so part of the reason I'm willing to make this battle public is to try to alert people to the fact that we're a hell of a lot farther down this road than we think. You know, I went through...
He's literally the one who's on the side of the Nazis, not the other way around. Thank you for that, Cortez. Appreciate the donation, man.
The thing in Iran is not that the government supports transgenders itself, but they allow surgeries because some religious politician in the country once said that you should change the body if there's something wrong with it, and they extended it to transgender.
Well, no, not exactly. They recognize that there are, they basically recognize the concept of brain sex. So, like, they have this idea that a mind can be in the wrong body. And, like, that's fundamentally the idea behind, like, gender transitioning, where your mind is sort of in the wrong body and you have to sort of, you know, take hormones and undergo surgeries and stuff so that you can be in the body that aligns with, you know, how you perceive your gender and appropriate sex. So they're like, the Iranian regime is clearly accepting of this, you know, like transgender idea. So Peterson's just fucking wrong that you have to be like this crazy left-wing, like, social justice warrior to accept transgenderism. Thanks for that donation, though, eh?
My ultimate dream is to have a foursome with Michaela Peterson, Brett Cooper, AOC, and Candace Owens. I would be so turned on I wouldn't even be able to perform due to instant premature ejaculation.
Yeah, I don't find them particularly attractive. Like, they're good-looking women, but they're not knockout babes. And I also hate them, so it's definitely not a fantasy of mine. Thanks for that donation, though, friend. Or, sorry, fiend.
Eastern Europe for 4 months this spring.
Yeah, you know what's funny? I saw a video of Brett Cooper talking about weight training, and she said she never trains legs and she only ever does upper body. She has no ass. Just, yeah, I don't know. Like, she has a kid's body. Like, why?
Do you like low bar squats or high bar squats? I've been doing low bar squats as of late because my knee feels way better doing it that way, and also do some split squats to isolate the quads more since it seems low bar doesn't hit them as well.
I prefer high bar squats. Like, I'm a bit taller, so my levers are a little different, and if I do a low bar squat, I really have to lean over like crazy. I'm basically doing a good morning, and although I am stronger with low bar squatting, it just doesn't feel great. So yeah, I just much prefer high bar squatting. It's also, I also had to transition from low bar to high bar because of the adductor tear I got. If I do low bar, it puts way too much strain on my groin. So I have to do high bar. But thanks for the donation, Omniuke. Jake donated $10. Can we react to this?
Viewer discretion is advised.
That's actually not low for my height.
Yeah, sure, we can watch that. Low tier god. Shit is funny. Thanks, Jake.
Both sides of the political spectrum are equally shit.
No, the right wing is worse. Objectively worse. Thanks for the donation, Popcado.
Microwave poop. A bowl full of logs. Chew the hot poop. Swallow the brown gloopy mess. Shit in a clean bowl, heat it. Save a log under your pillow. Smear the shit on the top of my dong. Let the poop get into my pee hole. Share your poop with Jasmine.
I don't think I'm going to be doing any of that, but thanks for the donation, Microwave Poop.
How long would it be before you kill your friends if they did this?
Ow! Are you fucking stupid?
I'm not watching that because it's not funny, but thanks, Mola.
Koi fikoi 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 fi.
Thank you for that, Sprickety. Appreciate the donation, dude.
Nobody should ever be skipping leg day regardless.
I would agree. I am not skipping leg day myself. Appreciate the donation, Popicado.
You think it takes a year to do things like this? Or a crime that two Aussie women NPP with less incentive are dragging their huge cajones around 4D animals?
I'm just standing here. Someone's wallet.
Yeah, dude, the issue is I normally don't have anybody that could help me film, and it just complicates things. Don't think I'm going to be doing any lingerie protests. Not pretty enough. But... I'm gonna try to, you know, get some more debates set up and shit at least. Thanks, Olawale.
I don't know why, but the fact they are all conservative right-wingers turns me on even more.
Alright. Well, everybody has their own kinks, I guess. Thanks, Fiend.
Stop fucking spamming shit, you keyboard mashers.
Alright, well thank you, Popicado.
Talking to people there, I had the privilege of meeting 30 or 40 people in each country who were political or cultural leaders across the political spectrum, including leftists who'd be...
Here we go. This sounds like that one dude who said he met with the top intellectuals. That fucking idiot. What does that mean? I met with the top political leaders in each country who are both left and right wing.
Be mobbed like mad by their own compatriots. And every single one of the people I talked to, virtually without exception in Eastern Europe, said something like,
Yeah, cool story. You're lying.
Do you know what happened here between the end of the Second World War in 1989 when we were dominated by the communists? Do you know how awful it was here? That was particularly true in Albania. Do you know you people in the West are walking down exactly the same road?
We are not.
What the hell's wrong with you? Don't you?
So, because we're adding transgenderism to the Human Rights Code, that's going to result in a communist dictatorship? Like, this guy is just a wacko.
You notice? And this included the
Yikes.
socialists in those Eastern European countries, you know, who remember the tender mercies of the...
You know, I talked to some of these leftists in these other countries, you know, and they said it was really bad there. Like,
radical leftists, and the fact that, you know, 1 out of 3 people in most of those countries, even if they were within your own family, were government informers. And where the joke was, we pretend to work and they pretend to pay us, and where people spent hours in bread lines and fought over terrible little...
Yes, because trannies exist, we're gonna have food shortages. Right, Jordan.
rat hole apartments as they were quasi-starving to death, unable to ever tell the truth or speak.
Yeah.
What an
That's
idiot.
not good.
No, no, and that's why you're in Florida.
I know. Florida is great. It's weird. People here are weird, but it's good weird. It's free weird.
Yeah.
No, Michaela doesn't do porn. She just looks like she does because of the amount of plastic surgery she's gotten. She divorced her previous husband and married a richer guy, and right after that, she ended up getting a bunch of plastic surgeries. And she denies that she got any plastic surgery done. She clearly did. She very obviously got buccal fat removal. And it looks like it might have been a botched job. It seems a bit overdone, and you're seeing like this really weird definition around her cheeks, and you're seeing this like really harsh line leading to her chin.
It's not stifled
Yeah,
like
well, so-
Toronto right now. I hate it
Yeah,
there.
yeah.
Like, I don't know how you felt going back there, and I don't know how... I've got lots of friends in Toronto, but it is not the same Toronto as it was in 2015.
What, there's more bike lanes? What do they mean it's not the same Toronto? What?
15 or 2016. You go there, it's
By the way, I lived in Toronto in 2015 and 2016, and I pretty regularly go to Toronto. The only difference really to the city is there's more bike lanes.
kind of
your
like
mom-
California. You can feel the weight of silence in that place.
They're fucking crazy.
Yeah, well, your mom and I have been back here for a month. You know, we're pretty worried about coming back because we've faced a fair bit of resistance in our neighborhood. Like, I'm probably more unpopular in...
By the way, it's so weird how he supports the Russian regime, and he's against Ukraine, and then he's talking about, like, a lack of free speech. Like, none of his views are, like, in a line with each other.
in some sense in Toronto, and more particularly in my neighborhood, than I am anywhere else in the world.
Yeah.
And so it was somewhat worrisome to come back to Toronto.
It's very
You know,
worrisome.
My son moved out of our neighborhood in part because it was uncomfortable for him to be there, even though that's where he grew up.
Yeah, it's because of you, because everybody knows you're a fucking tyrannical bigot. Like, if you're known as the neighborhood racist, like, yeah, no shit, people aren't gonna fucking like you. Well, thank you for the donation, Cortez.
Richard, jump up out of your chair and twerk to my spam. Twerk to my spam, 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 twerk to my spam. Yay.
I'm not going to do that, but thanks.
In gonbar name ha bas kosh halialaki mandan. Isha masi misha vard, var bas mishavid has rot. Masibish tashenak tanya vod. Tash skor azakai krimi mojri bar name paga. As taman kelisa ha ke roy kelisa hey mithri to Italia sact showed, as namad hey.
I don't speak Spanish, but thanks for the donation, Mandalam. Lol donated $2.
Looks like Dale got a role, bro. He got a role as a hospital patient.
You got Purple Jim saying shit like that.
And you want to know how much money he's making off this shit? This is how much money he's making off this shit. Look at this. Compensation and contract details. Not paid. Additional compensation. Meals and snacks included during filming.
He has been trying to get an acting role forever, and they, like, the best he could get is, like, an extra. To be fair, like, this is how most people start out in the industry. They have unpaid work as an extra or some background character, or they have, like, really, really small compensation where they might get, like, $200 or $300 for, like, you know, a small part where they interact with a main character. But he's been trying to get into acting forever, so, like, this is pretty bad.
You gotta see this shit, bro. You gotta see this shit, man. So your role, bro, that you're getting is back to Bridgewood as a hospital patient, which is in post-production. We don't even know that shit's gonna reach in production. So the form of compensation that you got off this shit, bro, was meals and snacks during filming. Damn, you're a baller, bro. Holy fucking shit, you're a baller.
Low tier god's hilarious.
You have to admit Toronto has turned into a liberal shithole. Hey. Just like LA and San Francisco. Can we watch this video?
It hasn't. The only thing that's changed about the city is there's more bike lanes. That's
Hey, this
it.
is Cam with Blacktail Studio, and this is woodworking accidents in ultra slow motion.
Oh,
Will you tell us about that, Jonathan?
that's so friggin' gross.
That makes me uncomfortable.
I saw a kid accidentally get his finger stuck in this exact machine, and it shredded his finger apart, and he ended up saving most of his finger, but the tip was cut off.
Yeah, that was like your.
That was when I was in school.
These accidents happen because this looks like I'm intentionally holding this thumb in there for an extended period of time. But this entire process took just a millisecond and the entire thumb was gone. But it shows you it doesn't just cut it off cleanly. It really chews it up, folds it back on itself, pinches it against that jointer bed, and eventually sheared the whole thing. Even some bone coming off there. It was pretty gruesome.
Yeah, I've seen that exact accident on that exact machine.
Well, what's the lesson? Or did you get a lesson to help others?
It's pretty bad.
Yeah.
Oh,
so gross. That was awesome.
That was quick. I recently met a guy who'd lost the top of 4 of his fingers from a jointer kickback, which is something I hadn't really been aware of, but this is what we're simulating, where the jointer rockets the board backwards and then flings your fingers into the blades like this. We lost about half a thumb there, and
really good slice under where back.
it was very clean,
Routing machine.
but still not that destructive. No bone damage, but thanks again, man.
Thanks for.
And it causes approximately
Chainsaw to the
36,000
leg.
injuries every year. And every time I pick mine up, I am praying I am not one of them. In a way, most saws are removing some material, but none remove material like a chainsaw. It's not just slicing it nice and neat like a bandsaw, it is literally hogging out and removing that flesh and bone along. One way I try to mitigate the dangers of my...
That was worth it.
So I wouldn't say that chaps completely prevent injury because, as you can see, as this one wraps around, it actually does cut the leg slightly. That could be my own installation error. But you'll also see this leg completely rips in half, and that is not a fault of the chaps. This leg had actually been destroyed in shipping, and we'd also cut it twice on the table if we aren't going to protect the finished product. For example, my wife loves to entertain. Some of you are probably starting to question. Lucky for me, I did have someone who had a similar accident with a similar tool, and he's going to tell us all about it. All right, I'm here with one of the very first woodworking channels I ever watched. I told him he was one of my childhood YouTube idols, and then he pointed out that I'm like 10 years older. But John the Builder Malecki, and he had a bit of an accident with an angle grinder. Can you tell us about that?
Yeah. I was running a cut-saw disc, which is a power carving disc, which I know you also like to embark on. And I was carving the back of a chair in one of my challenge videos, so I was in a hurry. And I was running through some double laminated plywood, which isn't a hard thing to power carve. Put a hole in it, and when I put the hole in, the angle grinder itself kind of like flipped out of my hand and just came and ran right through like the meat underneath my pinky on my left hand. It was one of those immediate, like, grabbed it and didn't look and was like, oh, kind of reaction.
Did it like slice into it? Did it punch it back? What did it do to the actual meat?
So it kind of like cheeseburgered it, right? It looked like ground meat, and it gave me road rash vibes, right? Like it felt like I fell off my bike doing 40 down a hill.
And that was kind of like the abrasive wheel. What would it have done with like one of those chainsaw discs?
Oh, I couldn't imagine. I don't think I'd have a pinky if I would have been using, one of the discs that had a cutter head on it, the chainsaw or one of the other brands out there. That would have been real bad.
Got it. Didn't get all the way through.
You can see that these chainsaw discs are essentially just as dangerous as a chainsaw, only you operate them just inches away from your fingers. And I never like to tell people what tools they can and can't use, but I personally have gone completely away from using these, as well as pretty much everybody.
Yeah, those look dangerous as fuck, dude.
Else I know.
That thing's moving at a high RPM, and if it catches, it's going to go. So adjust the workpiece and then get back to working in, a good, comfortable, strong position. Don't reach around stuff.
I've definitely gotten way out of my on the bandsaw. And also, if you don't know, slaughterhouses use bandsaws to process beef, so they are literally designed to cut through flesh and bone.
Okay, here we go.
My grandfather's brother was looking to get a job. I think this was before he became a police officer. He was looking to get a job in a, I think it was like a furniture shop or something. And it was mostly work with like a bandsaw. He said almost everyone there didn't have all 10 of their fingers. Like everybody was missing like at least one finger. And after he saw that, he just said, fuck it, and didn't take the job. Yeah, I've used a bandsaw quite a bit. Like, every time I'm using a bandsaw, I use, like, some other tool to, like, move the wood piece if my fingers would otherwise have to get close to it. But yeah, that'll cut your finger off easy.
You probably look at this footage the same way I did at first, where you think, that isn't very realistic. No one's going to force their entire thumb through a bandsaw until it's completely severed. But I bet if I told you someone in the United States lost a thumb on their bandsaw, you'd say, yeah, I'm sure several people did. There's a lot of people in the United States. So these accidents do happen. This is realistic, and it's terrifying. It could happen to any of us, and it looks like it takes forever, but this took just maybe 1/10 of a second to completely lose a thumb.
A more common way to hurt yourself on the bandsaw is reaching in before the blade has stopped. So what we're going to do is we're going to power the bandsaw on, let it get up to speed, turn it off, and then reach in and grab our piece before the blade has completely stopped and see just how fast an unpowered blade can cut a hand. So I'm just gonna go like in and out.
Yeah.
Wait. Okay.
Got it.
I got it pretty good. It's quick.
Yeah, wow, still. Easily lose a thumb. Table saw.
The next tool we're going to look at is statistically the most dangerous tool in the wood shop. The table saw causes approximately 40,000 injuries every year, and I will say after seeing this footage,
a lot of modern table saws actually have safety pieces that make it pretty much impossible to get your hand close to the blade. They're super dangerous because you can't see where most of like the saw is because it's covered by the wood piece.
It is absolutely horrific and terrifying what the table saw is capable of. All right, I'm here with Jimmy DiResta. He has a massive YouTube channel. He even has a show on Netflix now, Making Fun, which is actually a ton of fun to watch if you're looking for something. Jimmy, thanks for coming on. And he also, on top of all that, had a horrible table saw accident. So will you tell us about that?
Yep. In about March of 2010, I was using my table saw. I had to put a rabbet on the end of a bullnose. It was a 1x3, and I cut all the way down the length, 48 inches of one part of the rabbet, and then I flipped the wood over, and I was going to cut the other side of the rabbet. And as I was preparing, adjusting the blade up into the wood, stupid move, the wood broke free and shot through the saw blade. That's a move I've never done again since that day. But prior to that, I did it like 100 times.
That's how it works.
And yeah, so the blade picked up the wood, shot it through the saw, and it caused the wood shot into my forearm that was on the adjustment knob, and I leaned forward and I threw my hand right on top of the blade, and it sucked my hand.
What did that? Is it like a forceful or was it a
Whoa.
slicing thing? What did it feel like?
It was just like I felt like if you've ever hit your hand against the buffing wheel, for instance, you feel like your hand gets jerked like that, but on a buffing wheel, most often you don't get hurt. But on the saw blade, it pulled it in and like pulled it down like that, and I knew something had happened. But I was still, my attention was all on this blasted forearm, and when I looked over, I saw my pinky lying in my palm.
Oh my God! So functionality now?
That I spent a few days in the hospital. They sewed it back together. It doesn't really work past the cut.
Holy shit. Just lost a pinky.
I used to work the bandsaw for a while back when I was an old school butcher.
Well, that's terrible. Thanks for that donation though, Papacato. Quagmire donated $2. Hey man, any chance do you remember this game? Review guy, lol. Also wanted to say I'm currently playing Pokemon Stadium on Switch and it's ass. They removed the Game Boy and Versus feature. Also, thanks for the stream. I hated every single...
Yo, what up YouTube? It's me, Papa G from What's Everybody. So today we're going to be unboxing Call of Duty Vanguard.
I don't know who this is. Don't know who that guy is. I hated every single Pokemon Stadium game. I remember when Pokemon Stadium came out for N64, all my friends were like, oh my god, it's so awesome. You get to play as all these Pokemon and do these battles and shit. And I wasn't aware that the Pokemon games were like stupid and turn-based. So when I got it, I'm like, wow, all my friends are actual fucking retards. It was the most boring, stupid game. You just sit there, and then you wait for the enemy to do an attack, and then you just select through a bunch of attacks, and then you press that attack, and then it does it, and like, it's so boring. I don't know why anybody plays any of the fucking Pokemon games. They all suck ass. Thanks for that donation, though, Quagmire. Holy shit.
Okay, that's cool. That's gonna
Some of you have...
Yeah, that'll take your fingers off, no problem.
Flight pilot. I used to fly the ambulance helicopters, and one of the very first flights I ever took was to pick up a guy who had fallen onto a running table saw, landing on his forearm when his dog had jumped up onto him. And you can see here just how terrifying that must have been for that guy. And as a bonus part to this video, if you want to convince your significant other why you need a saw stop, show them this footage and tell them the cost of one ambulance ride or one ER visit. And this is definitely not sponsored. I guarantee saw stop will be horrified when they see what I did with this table saw.
What the F?
Speaking of saw stop, like I said earlier, I disengaged the saw stop feature for all of these tests, except for this one. On this one, I forgot to turn off that saw stop feature, and while the ballistics gel isn't conductive and won't trigger the saw stop feature, the wire that holds the bone together will. So this cut right through that ballistics gel, hit that wire, triggered the saw stop feature, cost me a new blade and a new cartridge. When we watch these clips at 40,000 frames per second, it's easy to forget just how fast these accidents can happen. So as a quick reminder, here is every accident we showed today, but
yeah, Jesus. That's pretty hardcore.
Thanks to the
all wisdom.
Be giving it up. I would be allowing it to be.
Yeah, all right. Well, they're just repeating themselves here. Let's watch some low tier God. Don't donate till others play Devil in Me or Resident Evil or some horror game or something. Also, don't forget your debate with Kid tomorrow, your something or something, and can you email him back so you don't forget? Yeah. I'll email him and see.
Ready to do sit-ups. That table saw needs a saw guard.
Yeah, pretty much all the modern ones have pretty sophisticated guards where you can't really do something like that. I remember the table saw my grandfather had didn't have any like safety device, and he just made like, you know, some wooden tools so that you wouldn't have to get your hands near the table saw, so you could just have a wood piece and another wood piece and you could just guide whatever you were working with. Because yeah, you could easily lose like literally your entire fucking hand with those things. And yeah, I'm ready to do sit-ups. Thanks for the donation, Sam. I'm just gonna go grab a drink and then set up the sit-up board. And yeah, we already played Devil in Me. Devil in Me sucked.
This girl at my job invited me to her church and it was her last day at work. I can't tell if she was asking me out or just evangelism. Should I go to her church and look for her or just wait to see her around and ask for her hash? Also, I'm atheist.
Yeah, I wouldn't go to her church. That's just fucking stupid. Just ask her out or something if you're into her. After one experience, just have now refused to ever date anybody who's religious, like who like identifies as Christian or Catholic and stuff. They're idiots and they don't really care about you. All of them. There's some girl that I asked out and the date went pretty well. And we were supposed to have another date, and then she ended up talking with this other Catholic dude who was much shorter, fatter, dumber, worse looking than I am. And because he was Catholic and she was Catholic, she ended up just going out with him. And then, of course, the relationship only lasted a couple months, and then she started, like, talking to me, trying to set up another date, and then I just ignored her. But, yeah, and the reason that whole thing happened, I think it was not just because I wasn't Catholic, it's because I told her ghosts aren't real. But it's like, why bother with stupid people like that who will throw a perfectly, you know, good relationship to the side? Like, we didn't have a relationship yet, but we had a good time together, and she just decided to, like, you know, fuck off and date some other dude because, oh, he's Catholic and he believes in ghosts too. It's like, yeah, so fuck dating people like that. I'd never date somebody who's Muslim, Christian, Jewish, ever again.
Did you see Vorsh's new channel trailer? He is capitalizing on the fact that TYT is triggered by him and how they aren't good allies for the LGBTQIA+ community.
What's up, everybody? Are you disappointed with the behavior of Cenk and Anna Kasparian, your favorite TYT hosts? Have you noticed that lately they've been shifting to the right and it feels like there's no reason for it? Folks, do I have the solution to you? Move from liberalism over to socialism. Come try.
Anna is a little weird. I don't know what's going on there. But, the drama around TYT is a little fucking weird. The fuck is this? This is Vosh's Instagram account? Okay, weird. I didn't know he was so into cats. What? Okay. That's a nice cat. Wow. Well, those are some good cats for sure. Didn't know he had a naked cat. Those naked cats must feel good. Very smooth. Cats are funny. Well, thank you. Bend over. I'm just gonna get a drink and then set up the sit-up board. All right. Second.
Viewer discretion is advised.
That's actually not low for my height. You know what's low is Wimby or something. 217 for 6'5" is not low. The fuck out of here, nigga. You know nothing about the human body. And you're not a scholar in the topic. I'm literally a scholar when it comes to kinesiology and everything. It's called a fucking degree.
Why does he always say scholar?
You have to be retarded to be a socialist. Vorsh just thinks businesses should be forced to be worker cooperatives. Businesses can already be a worker coup if they want under liberalism. Vorsh is just virtue signaling about a revolution that will never come.
Businesses are never going to be worker cooperatives, and I don't think they should be. At least not most of them. You just wouldn't see effective industry if that ever happened. What should be in place are unions. So with the union, you get all the same benefits, where basically you're able to negotiate a pay that you actually think is fair, and other working conditions and benefits and shit. But the organization is more likely to be competently run. One big issue where if everything was forced to be a worker co-op is you just wouldn't see these larger industries ever really get made. And I think a lot of businesses would just completely fucking crash if you let, idiot fucking like teenagers who are in your employment make any kind of, decisions that impact the company. Thanks for that donation though, Caleb.
Our unicycle beyond my migration. You are a universe beyond my... Alright, nigga, this way too much.
Somebody 80'd out this bum ass nigga. People talking about justify, like, here's the funny thing I don't get. When dumb motherfuckers keep saying stupid shit like, you did so much shit. You did so much shit in the past. What the fuck did I do? Roast niggas in my chat that been bothering me every motherfucking day. Everything I do is rebuttal. I never say shit for no reason. Everything I've ever done is rebuttal. Somebody tried to troll me. Somebody said something in my chat. Somebody was basically on my dick. I've always done nothing but mind my own business. Any outburst or roast you guys seen has been because somebody's been bothering me. Somebody been stalking me. Somebody been on some dumb shit. Everything's been rebuttal. I never just say shit out the motherfucking blue. Say shit for no fucking reason. I've always been bothered, bro.
Dale.
But to be a guy like this and drop videos on people that are popular when you're a straight up NPC is crazy. This is the type of person that uses comedic relief to hide the fact that he's ugly. On top of that, honestly, at this point, I think it's just pure racism. That's the only thing I could think of is racism, bro. You won't unban me because I'm black because I said some shit basically 4 years ago. Honestly, think at this point it's because I'm black. Fucking monkey ass spook nigga. Could tell you black playing with this character.
That monkey wasn't talking shit, I dead ass would have not quit. But this black ass nigga had
A rat, a snake, a coon, a worthless spook. I DM'd that Markman dude twice, left both my fucking shits on red, like I'm just some Triant onslaught of a nigga or some shit. Do I read science fiction? No. Because I don't want to be fictionized. I'm tired of being teased. Science fiction is just it's a tease. Why read science fiction when I love sci-fi?
Oh my god.
Well, the reason why I wouldn't feel bad about losing to Hayes when he's playing with Kazuya, because I know he can never do this to me with Kazuya and Taki. So this is fine with me. It's a morality booster for him. For some reason, these niggas think covering up my clocks means I can't find my own content. The dude will go all out to try to cover up every spectacle of the layout, everything. You dumbass nigga. You're gonna let somebody that's basically a kid tilt you at 53? Telling you, man, these niggas, they have no self-control. That's why we die early.
Dude.
Aneurysms, heart attack, combustion of over barbecue eating, and violence. Obviously, sometime in the future. Yo, not only is everybody dead, but they're like concorksed.
Concorksed.
If billionaires were smart, here's where I will put my money. If anybody steals it, you heard it from me first. We call it genetic matchmaking, where me and my future conceiver can literally go to a place where we both get our blood drawn, both get a swab of our DNA, it puts it in a machine, mixes it like this. And then basically in that machine, it has us, our stats, basically coagulated and formed together or whatever and matched up and seeing what type of seed that we would create. Trust me, when you're playing that hard, it's gonna cost you a lot more than $5 a month to be on my list to fill up your trash, garbage ass morality. You got it, now you're banned, bitch. Cancel your fucking membership. Fuck your $5, pussy. I guarantee you're not gonna get anything that's gonna boost your morality and make you feel as good as being in my shit for $5.
Shit.
Get the fuck up out of my shit, pussy. I'm gonna give you 60 seconds to gather your statement. You're gonna display it to the jury, and we're gonna come up with a proper decision on whether to crush your gem or keep you in fruition of the covenant.
Fruition.
Nothing new. So this video is about the sad state of Twitch. Now, I don't know what I have to do with that because randomly I blinked and then I was just sitting here on an afternoon, you know, like on the computer doing some business and my Twitch went boop. And I'm still waiting on that email, but that's oblivious. It's called the sad state of Twitch. Now I'm trying to figure out what I have to do with the sad state of Twitch. I want to say we came a long time away from gold Nixons. Look, all I gotta say, look, man, we came a long way from gold Nixons and graduated to Cartier, whatever you want to call it. I'm not trying to stunt because that's not my thing, but we have a lot of broke ass that are worried about my finances. They can't even tip the Richter scale and don't even know anything about me outside of me
Richter
raging
scale?
or talking,
What?
you know, collateral shit here and there on stream. Now, I would like all of you to blow my cock. And every time I say a spectacle of something, no matter what it is, anything negative, people that will capture that, put it on YouTube, submit emails to Twitch. This is why I don't fuck with honey badgers, bro. This is why I will never trust niggas. 100%. If you're black, I'm sorry, I can't trust you 100%. You know, I might be able to throw a football to you. But the second I sense a spectacle of honey badger juice on you, I know for a fact the type of nigga that you are. Oh, you said his leg got ran over by a snowplow? He got airlifted? All right, so if his leg got ran over, it just got crunched. It didn't get decapitated, did it? Wake up, dude. I just can't. I would even lose a spectacle of my life bar in a real Street Fighter game. Like, what the fuck was this nigga doing?
The rage quits.
The reason why God can be proven is because you have an asshole. I mean, to me, you just can't claim to be any type of smart on a grand scale. I don't think anybody's truly an atheist. If you're truly an atheist, starve yourself and don't eat any food and think that your body can survive without nutrients. Because if you're an atheist, you don't believe in a creator, you don't believe in science. Science always comes from a creator. Now, why the fuck would you do that? You know I don't do mirror matches. But you know what? I have this. Like, how do you consume food and then you're still an atheist? That shit makes no sense. Like, don't you realize that when you put that food in your mouth, that's science? Who you think gave you the opportunity? Just a random ass Big Bang, a meteor hit another meteor, collided, made it so you can consume food, suck up the nutrients, metabolize the proteins to keep your body sustained. Like that. You're not seeing the connection? That's because you're an idiot. You're about to see a ban. That's why I had to ban that dude. Even if you think about the simplest and smallest things about humans, it all is there for a reason. The only reason we have nose hairs and eyebrows and eyelashes and everything like that in the first place is because it's to protect us from pollen and shit like that. It's sort of a filtration system. But why would we need a filtration system if humans' origin, if our DNA, the origin is from Earth? Humans' DNA and origin is not from Earth. Otherwise, we wouldn't need a filtration system. If the planet is perfect for us, why would we need that? When it says man was created in the image of God, right? Our creators live somewhere else. This planet was just like a placeholder. You ever seen like Prometheus, how they just like made a planet to put some shit here? To put some shit there to like store some shit? That's basically what we are. We're just a bunch of organic robots, you know, and a bunch of organic bots that's just here as an experiment. Nothing makes sense. It's all simulated. We can't even leave the fucking Earth because we're not supposed to.
I mean, look at your boy. Like, I really don't got nothing to be mad at. Like, I mean, I'm never mad anyway.
What the fuck was that? How the fuck do you make a game scrubbier than that? Like, how? How do you do it? That nigga was trash, bro.
And he said once his children leave the nest, then that's on them to figure out with their life, right? So technically, and he said I got one daughter left. So if you really think about the way Floyd Mayweather was talking, he kind of like see, that's what smart people do. We talk about shit, but we code shit in the middle. It might sound like it's flatlined or whatever, but if you really think about what somebody's saying, like a lot of smart motherfuckers will code our words to the point where you like really got to think about the dexterity of what the fuck we're saying.
If I'm fucking with a Latina that doesn't know Spanish, that's so weird to me. Like, how the fuck are you Mexican and you don't know Spanish? That's very weird to me. That's like me growing up in Africa and fucking in synagogue and not speaking whatever language they speak.
What the fuck?
Well, you're Senegali if you're from synagogue. Bro, I swear, me and my friend when we were kids, we were so convinced that we could create a hoverboard. We used to play with like the tech decks and magnets and put the tech decks in between, like,
fuck.
We were so convinced that because of the video game trick style, we can create hoverboards. All right, so before I watch it again, can you tell me why the fuck they wanted to communicate? Well, not why. What was the hypothesis of this movie and the conclusion?
What a fucking dummy, dude. That's fucking funny. Oh, that's a good one. I couldn't do sit-ups while listening to that. It's just too hilarious.
John.
Let's see. Fuck. I'll watch Frank Tufano later. I'm probably just gonna get too triggered.
All right, do we have Sean?
But we watch fucking her.
To the comment section, I'm Brett Cooper. Now, I think we all know that the dating landscape in 2023 is not pleasant. Ain't nobody got time for this. It is not fun. Everybody is
Coming from a flat-assed virgin.
Online. We spent 3 years locked down in our homes, losing all of our social skills. People are scared to ask out people in person or approach people. I mean, like, what if the person is not interested? Or what if they're in a relationship and you didn't know? What if their friends get in the way? What if they say I harassed them? What if I get embarrassed? Like, all of it. It's not fun. People are not approaching anybody. Nobody's dating anybody. I mean, we talked about those stats last week. Like, men are not dating anybody right now. And that is where dating apps came in. And I think that they artificially solved this social problem for a while, but now I think that they have just made it worse because people have now spent the last decade swiping online versus approaching potential partners in person, and it has had an impact. It's not great, and people are tired of it, so we're going to talk about that today. Before we do, though, make sure that you like this video, subscribe to the channel if you've not already, and ring that notification bell so that you never miss a comment section or off-the-clock episode. All right, so take a look at some of these stats. A recent survey from a UK-based dating app showed more than 3/4 of singles felt burnt out by the unrewarding interactions and inappropriate matches from platforms and apps. Research from Hinge also found a significant portion of its users, 61%, were overwhelmed by the modern dating process, and an April 2022 study showed that 4 in 5 adults experienced some degree of emotional fatigue or burnout from online dating. And there are articles about this everywhere. Here's a headline: battling dating app fatigue. It's not you. Dating app fatigue gained prominence this year after touching on a feeling that many people shared but hadn't yet vocalized. Constantly messaging strangers on rotation, performing being your best self, struggling to find somebody you like is demoralizing. I mean, that's just dating in general, but I think being online makes it worse. Not to mention, with many of us now using our phones as an extension of our work lives thanks to apps like Slack, it is easy to see how dating can feel like yet another task rather than something supposedly enjoyable. And here's another one: I'm still single, but this is why I'm quitting dating apps like Tinder and Hinge forever. And this woman said that going on dating apps is like hitting a slot machine. Specifically for her, regardless of how real a person's photos are or how accurate his description or how earnest he is in texting, no digital profile could ever possibly represent a whole person. And these apps cannot predict chemistry. Only meeting up can give a sense of both what a person is like and if you click. No shit. No wonder people are burnt out. No wonder this is not effective a large portion of the time, because it's unnatural. It is unnatural to take something that is so based on chemistry and physical attraction, which is biological and very specific to you and your hormones, and then compress it down onto a screen where you have hundreds of other contenders, many of whom aren't actually honest about themselves, so you feel like you're just wasting your time. Not to mention, there is an imbalance on these apps between men and women. Women only swipe on 1 in 20 guys, but get more matches than almost every man. But guys are less selective. They'll just swipe on anybody hoping to get a match. And I have these graphs here, and it's just wild. Median user daily swipes by gender. So women pass on 95% of men. Meanwhile, men only pass on 47% of women. And then median matches by gender, women get the majority of matches by a long shot. Look at that. This is not effective. It is not working for everybody, obviously. Does this sound natural? It's like trying to hack a system to find love. And obviously,
these are literally like the same type of numbers you'd see in the real world. Only like the magnitude is smaller. So like on Tinder, you can swipe on, you know, hundreds of profiles theoretically, or thousands if you really wanted. But, you know, in the real world, you just have fewer chances. But you're going to see the same stats, basically. Dating for men is asking out a bunch of different women and then hoping one of them is interested in you. And then dating for women is just getting asked out by a lot of different guys and then basically choosing who you're more interested in. It's usually how it works.
obviously, I think we all know this, but dating apps these days, they have become a game. They are like social media. They are designed to be addicting. They want you sitting there swiping all day long. They want you to pay for the premium so that you can get even more matches. It is not designed to find you a long-term partner. It is designed to keep you on the app because they are a business. So basically what we're learning is that all dating in 2023 is rough because people don't want to meet in real life, but they are also fatigued on dating apps. It's just rough all around, kind of like rough grains. Now, as you guys know, there is very little that I love more than my fancy new dog food. You guys know my dogs. And I know that this sounds an awful lot like an ad, like I'm segueing into telling you about this pear ring, but I genuinely just find this idea interesting, and it's been going all over my social media actually because they're getting everybody to do ads for them, but it's just interesting. So it is called the pear ring. Here's an article about it. Pear ring, the social experiment that wants to end dating apps.
One ring to rule them all.
The pear ring experiment attempts to move people away from the apps and help them make real-life connections. By wearing the green-colored ring, an individual makes known their availability for dating in the real world.
Yeah, they've done shit like this before, and it completely fails. Only, like, virgin fucking losers are gonna end up doing this.
Increasing their chances of being hit up at the gym, bar, train, restaurant, wedding, or almost anywhere where more humans are around.
Like, it doesn't make any fucking sense. It's for virgin losers. If you're actually interested in dating, you're just gonna go up and talk to people and ask them out. You don't really need to know if they're dating anybody. You'll figure it out after you fucking talk to them. Like, it's just a stupid idea. That's I'm just gonna skip that, but thanks for the donation, fruit.
Thoughts on Carly doing the watermelon challenge and judging others for eating rice and potatoes?
Callie Muscle's an idiot, and he just wants attention. Thanks for the donation, Mo.
You doing?
This is what they look like. They're little like silicone teal rings. It's actually my favorite color. I love teal. So it's kind of like a reverse wedding ring, although I do think it's kind of confusing that a lot of people are putting it on their wedding ring finger, considering that so many people wear silicone rings these days. So that just feels like it's a recipe for disaster. But in addition to just sending you this ring, and they have some very cool packaging and PR that I'm seeing all over TikTok, the company also hosts meetups and events for the pair ring wearers to meet other singles, which I'm glad that they do, because if not, I think that I would be very
there've been a number of companies who've tried this sort of shit before. Only virginal fucking losers you'd never want to date anyway would do this.
suspicious and think that this was just like a company trying to dupe a bunch of lonely people into buying this ring that nobody else has, and they're not actually trying to facilitate anybody meeting anybody. And maybe that is what's happening, but I want to be hopeful and I want to believe that they're actually doing this for the betterment of all of these people. But this does seem interesting, even though it is funny to me that we needed an app and a company to get away from dating apps. And they're claiming that this is some kind of, revolutionary social experiment that they're, dropping on society, when it is basically what people did 50 years ago. Like, you see somebody you like, ooh, let me look at the hand, see if there's a ring. And then if there's not a ring, you decide whether you want to approach, you read the room, you use your...
This is the kind of commentary you'd get from a 21-year-old flat-assed virgin who doesn't even ever get any guys talking to her. So again, people who are actually socially competent and interested in dating, they're just going to talk to people if they're interested. The types of people who fall for this stupid garbage are the types of idiots who are afraid to talk to anybody, are super crazy introverts, or they feel like some weird dumb gimmick will increase their chances of getting asked out.
Your social skills. But apparently we don't have that anymore, so we need this little silicone ring. But anyway, the response is all over the place. I first saw this on that account, Puberty. I think that's how you pronounce it. This was actually an ad that they did. But millions of singles are now wearing rings as a dating app alternative to meet people IRL. And then the caption was, a social experiment called Pair has taken the world by storm. Also, one thing that they said...
Yeah, because a pretty girl is going to buy some shitty-looking ring so that, some random losers who also know about the stupid random loser dating thing will ask them out, right?
How can I gain weight if I have a small stomach, have trouble getting enough calories in, and want to accelerate muscle growth and weight gain? 4 feet 10 inches, female, 21 years, 88 pounds.
Well, I mean, the easiest way would just to be to eat more junk food. So Oreos are extremely calorically dense, and you can usually eat 10 boxes of them before getting full. Not the healthiest way to do it, but I mean, that is an option. What you really should do is have a basic diet plan set up where you weigh out all your meals and you hit a minimum target where you're in a caloric surplus. So, and you're going to know if you're in a caloric surplus if you're gaining weight. So just track your weight over time, keep a food diary, make sure you hit those minimum caloric targets, and you can gradually increase your calories over time. Your stomach's going to expand and you're going to get more used to eating more food. And you can always again, if you're having trouble getting enough food, just down some potato chips and shit. Thanks for the donation, though, Aubrey. Appreciate it. Hope that helps.
In the caption is that the green is for heterosexual people, and then if you are part of the LGBTQIA plus ZY whatever community, then you get a purple ring. Because a lot of people were concerned about that, so they had to clarify. Somebody said, we had a similar strategy when I was growing up single. It was called look for people without a ring, and they were considered single. Exactly what I was saying 50 years ago. Another person said, wait a few years and people will find a way to bring quantum mechanics into dating. I feel like a common thread in 2023 is that we are going back to things that are very traditional, like approaching people in real life. It's like this article that I saw where this woman someone was arguing that monogamy is like a kink because it's dangerous and it's so rebellious to do something that is so traditional. It's like, how did we... We made a huge circle, guys. Somebody else said, and do they really only have one color for the entire LGBTQ community? Because that doesn't cover us. Oh, we know. You will always find something to be upset about. Somebody else said, cool idea, but hard to see how this doesn't become a lemon market. The highly attractive do not need to single. They're already getting approached. And a lot of people were saying this, and especially saying like there would definitely be less women wearing the rings because they don't want to be approached anyway. They want less guys to approach them, which definitely might be a factor for some women, but this also might make other women feel more safe because it's a little less lawless. Like they're, you know, they can choose whether to put the ring on or not put the ring on if they want to get attention that night, if they want to actually meet somebody. I don't know. It's kind of interesting. And it does crack me up that this is still a little bit artificial and that people need to put on a ring in order to approach somebody in person. But I like that this is in real life and it's not on an app. Like, I do think that's a positive thing. And as funny as it seems and as ridiculous as it might be to people that somebody needs a ring to feel comfortable approaching people, I do think it's positive because it's getting people offline. It's getting people off apps. Maybe this...
She's an idiot. Things like this have been done before. There was a speed dating organization that hosted public events, and they did a similar thing where at public events they would tell single people to wear certain colors of clothing or a certain type of piece of clothing to signify that they're single, to make it easier for people to interact with each other. It completely failed because basically everyone just didn't follow that dress code. And the types of people who ended up following the dress code, nobody would talk to. So if you were like told to wear a green hat or something, if you're single, but everybody else could wear casual clothing, all the people with green hats, nobody would talk to them. Like, none of these things have ever worked. Because again, people who are like not fucking virginal losers, they're just gonna talk to people and ask somebody out. It's just such a dumb idea. And the people who are wearing these stupid fucking rings, they clearly have an interest in not doing online dating anyway. She's an idiot. It's just a scam to make money and sell a shitty ring. Let's see this one.
I regret to inform you, the men are not okay. That's right, folks, the men are not okay. The men have no friends, no girlfriend, no college education, no money, are breaking their legs and inserting metal rods into their bones to be a few inches taller, and listening to AI Batman help them overcome their pornography addictions.
You deserve real love.
Turns out the society that was built by and allegedly for men has indeed let them down. Now you might be thinking, oh look, another boo-hoo poor men video by Shoe on Head. Yes. And if you have a problem with that, tune into literally anything else. Men are in a crisis, and it seems nobody really cares. And the people who do care just seem like the people who want to sell them shit. Not me. I'm different. So before we get into this, let's quickly get into today's sponsor. Today's sponsor...
Shoe on Head's a fucking idiot. I remember she made some stupid, snotty remark about vegans, and then I asked her why she doesn't eat her rabbits, and then she banned me on Twitter. Time Machine Donny Tellers. Were your middle school days like this? What are you fucking talking about? Accidentally closed that fucking tab.
I regret to...
I've seen cow and chicken. I don't know why any of this matters. Thanks for the nation.
You think women swiping on 5% of men is no different in real life? So an average-looking woman would only date the top 5% of men in the real world? You're wrong.
No, that's not what I meant. I meant, like, 5% of men are not 5% of men. 5% of men are 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 5% of men. 5% So people usually date within like their own social class, and date people who are relatively around the same level of attractiveness, give or take. It's just that usually when you're talking about success with like getting a girl's phone number and actually getting on a date, you are unbelievably, remarkably successful if you can get about a quarter of the women you talk to actually give up your number and agree to go on a date. I would say for most men, it's somewhere between like 1 and 5%. So, yeah. Thanks for the donation, Big PP.
And thank you, the viewer, as always, for not skipping the ad.
Why are men and boys struggling? And what should we do about it?
A few new studies have come out that have shown that young men are more lonely and single than ever before. But it's not just men. The women and children, too. It's predicted 45% of women will be single and childless by 2030. But according to the media, this is a good thing. The she-economy is booming, as they say. And meanwhile, men being single is treated like this.
New study explains why some single men are having a hard time finding a new partner.
Some of the music that they listen to speaks very derogatory.
Right. Yeah, man, stop listening to that derogatory music. Then maybe you won't be single. I don't know, I think men and women being single and lonely kind of shows there might be something wrong with society. Perhaps we should address this, not just wave it off as empowering or pathetic. According to several different articles, I love how that's my source, I read about it on the internet, research shows that people from individualist countries show a greater sense of loneliness. This is linked to socioeconomic development, increased education, a shift towards white-collar jobs, and urbanization. Japan also has an issue with loneliness. In fact, they have a whole movement of people they call the hikikomori. Did I say that right? I don't care. Basically, postmodern hermits. Mostly young men who completely withdraw from society, secluding themselves in their rooms for months and years at a time. In 2010, there was an estimated 700,000 hikikomori in Japan. And today, it's estimated to be about 1.55 million. And because of things like this, people aren't having babies, so Japan's population has been in a sharp decline since 2011. It's gotten so bad that Japan even produces videos of live-action women staring into the camera to help the hikikomori learn to cope with eye contact and reintegrate them back into society. So basically, if you want to know America's future, look no further than Japan. A lot of people, including myself, blame this partially on the rise of social media and technology. RIP to the king. Although technology makes
I don't know if you can blame it entirely on social media, because that has been a problem in Japan for quite a while, even before social media was really even a thing. They have a lot of weird things in their culture. They have like a lot of weird uptight ideas when it comes to sex, dating, public, like showing affection publicly is really frowned upon. I remember there's like a Japanese YouTuber who was interviewing Japanese women about dating and the differences between dating Japanese men and foreign men. And there was this Japanese girl who was saying, I really wish my boyfriend would hold my hand in public. And she said, and this was from a lot of different girls, they were saying, I see foreign couples like hugging in public, and I'm like, oh my God, like they literally think it's just a public hug is like scandalous. So, and then they said they like freak out and like fucking, like their panties get moist when they see foreign couples kissing, and they say like in public, and they say they wish that could be them. So there's like weird different cultural things in Japan that are probably contributing to that shit. I don't really know exactly like the root cause of this whole like male loneliness thing, but I think a pretty good sign is like a big divergence between male and female hobbies. Like the amount of men who are clamoring for women to like play video games and shit is fucking crazy. And like, yeah, the lack of women that have like sort of more male dominated hobbies, I think that's actually a big factor.
Hecking Neckos.
Oh my gosh. That's a pretty good fucking cat. Wow. Yeah, that's a good cat. I bounce Prismo sometimes too.
Cat likes getting sprayed with water. That's a really funny fucking cat. Never seen a cat do that. Thanks for the donation, dude. Where the fuck was the goddamn video? Oh my god, dude. Did I accidentally close it or something? Okay, well, that's fucking annoying as shit. No. So where the hell is it? Where did it go? Am I? Oh.
Things easier, it can also make us more atomized. Why go to the mall when I can just tap, 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 buy a new microphone and have it shipped to me in a day? Why hang out with friends when I can get all my social interaction I need from Twitter and streamers? Why go on dates and bother meeting women when I can just tap, 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 Google big boob and get 2 million results? Or see my high school crush's holes on OnlyFans for only $5. Instant dopamine, instant satisfaction.
Oh my god, the dopamine thing. That is massively, massively overblown. Pornography has existed since the fucking internet has existed. I argue it's literally the fucking reason the internet even was economically viable. Porn clearly isn't a new thing. Like, there were pornographic magazines too, even before the internet. So, no, it's probably not a thing.
And hey, who even needs a real woman when you could just have an AI girlfriend? We're f***ed. We're so f***ed. Dating apps really are the great Satan, and I'm
Like, here's one thing that I think is getting lost. If somebody wants, like, a nice, meaningful relationship with somebody that they can get along with, and they want sex, and they can either choose to deal with, like, a bunch of annoying fucking bratty people that they don't want to deal with in order to get sex, and the chances of them actually finding somebody that they, like, get along with is pretty fucking low. How is porn a bad thing? So I just don't see that as really a fucking fundamental problem here. It's sort of like, you know, the Blade Runner thing where that guy had that fake girlfriend. Like, if that's the only relationship that he can have, that he can even enjoy, like, what the fuck do you expect people to do? So I don't think that's the root of a problem. The root of the problem, I do think there just genuinely is a lack of prospects when it comes to dating for a lot of people, where, yeah, chances are, like, out of 10 or 20 girls you can even probably date, you're likely not going to get along with a lot of them.
convinced they've completely broken men's brains. Women on dating apps are picky. Women in general are picky, and I mean...
Do you think the idea of men substitute porn for relationships is a legit question? I think it's retarded. No. Like, I think it's total bullshit. I can speak anecdotally, like, I had a lot of women who are sexually interested in me, but like really, really few women who are interested in dating. So, like back when I used to hang out in downtown Toronto all the time, just doing street photography with my camera, and sometimes I'd meet up with friends there and shit too, and just fuck around doing skateboarding and stuff. I had girls like hitting on me all the fucking time. I remember there was this one girl who was like pretty good looking, and she told me to my face, "You're like the most handsome man I've ever seen." And I just said thanks, and I just kept walking. Like, there's just a lot of people I'm just generally not interested in. It might have something to do with my autism or some shit, and I know autism prevalence is extremely prevalent among men. So, like, when you have specific needs when it comes to romantic relationship where, I don't know, you just have to jive with someone just the right way. Yeah, I like, not only did I have problems finding people that I liked at all, but, you know, when it came to people that I was interested in, like, you know, just a lot of people weren't interested in me, like, for a relationship anyway. And, like, the women who just wanted sex and stuff, like, I just wasn't particularly interested, so this might be, like, an autism prevalence thing. Who the fuck knows? But yeah, you just might be seeing some sort of cultural change where dudes who are kind of autistic aren't really interested in dating and going through that risk of having to bother with fucking jackasses all the time. And they'd rather just sit around and, I don't know, wait to meet somebody that they actually find more interesting.
Naturally, we are pickier. You know, we're the
But
ones.
yeah, porn, I can pretty much guarantee you isn't the root of this problem. Like, porn's existed for fucking ever. So I remember when I was a kid, I had pretty easy access to, like, Playboy magazines. By the time I was, like, maybe around, like, even 10 years old, most of my friends had some kind of, like, internet access at their house. There's not a big cultural shift when it comes to porn usage. So, and you're obviously getting something different from a relationship than you're getting from porn use. So if people are watching porn, it's not to place a relationship, I'd say, under most circumstances.
Who carry the babies, at least for now. But on dating apps, you have to admit, it's a little insane. It's safe to say that the commodification of love and the window shopping of dating apps probably has to do a lot with the rise of lonely single men. Men are not just lonely when it comes to dating, they're lonely when it comes to friendship too. According to Vox, Americans are currently in a friendship recession, and men are being hit the hardest. The percentage of men who reported having at least 6 close friendships fell in half since the 90s. 1 in 5 men say they have no close friendships. Looking at all these statistics,
Yeah, I mean, that was also me as a kid for a long time. Like, I was very particular when it came to my friends, so it's not necessarily a bad thing. Like, if people are getting a little more intelligent, a little more sophisticated, and you're seeing, like, I don't know, maybe higher autism prevalence or something, and there are ways around now with social media and stuff to not have to associate with as many people as you need to, like, it may just be a result of that. Like, the people who are lacking these kinds of friendships, they may be in a better position than, I don't know, a few decades ago when they were kind of more forced to have relationships that they wouldn't really want, or friendships they wouldn't really want.
the explosion of figures like Andrew Tate is not surprising at all.
I believe being a man is a blessing because it starts so difficult. I believe that every man is born without any value at all, I think that the world's never going to think you're important unless you make yourself important.
And recently, a new study came out about how young men are moving towards the right. And every other month, we, the liberal, sockdem, leftists, whatever you want to call the space online, performs the same song and dance. What's wrong with men? Why is this happening? Why don't we have a leftist Andrew Tate? We need to push men to the left. Andrew Tate rarely, if ever, talks about politics. Andrew Tate talks about men, and the left only talks about men when they talk about Andrew Tate. A few months ago, during one of the monthly song and dances, some progressive people I follow made the mistake of addressing men's issues, and the even bigger mistake of pointing their finger at their own spaces for not doing enough to address said men's issues.
Recently, there were some statistics by healthcare company Cigna indicating that men are the loneliest generation. And addressing it doesn't mean that you turn your back on issues pertaining to women, but it does mean that we should be focused on what it is in society that is leading to this epidemic, what the left can do to offer solutions, and how we can basically fight back against the more nefarious figures who have filled the void that men are struggling with, people like Jordan Peterson and what have you. Now, recently, Vosh, who's a popular streamer, had tweeted this thread that I think is really, really important to address. He writes, "I cannot stress enough how important it is to understand that 12-year-old white boys on Twitch are not being pulled into fascism because of some Machiavellian desire to preserve and expand their privileges. It's because the right talks to them and the left doesn't."
The responses to these tweets and this content were very normal, level-headed, and respectful. Me when I lie. LMAO, cry about it. Boo f***ing who? Oh no, poor widow men having problems. Boo f***ing who? Grow the f*** up then. Have men considered being smarter? I'm enjoying all these sad little moids and their sad little tweets about their sad, pathetic lives. Sounds like a personal problem. Is the lack of compassion for men in the room with us right now? Maybe men are just not good people then. I'm so fucking tired of people trying to make male loneliness a huge societal problem.
Kind of is. Like, there's a reason why you see, mass shooters overly represented by men. I think there's only been, 2 women who've committed a mass shooting?
Yeah, no, their fifis are not my responsibility, and I shouldn't have to be punished because they can't get their shit together as human beings. Grow the f*** up. Why are we trying to win these entitled little predators over? The left isn't for them. That's why they go right in the first place. We're all lonely and alienated. It's young men going to the alt-right in droves. The problem isn't our messaging, it's them. It's literally not our problem. Men flock to Andrew Tate not because they're lonely, but because they're bigots. Hope this helps. Nah, it's just misogynists being louder than before and not getting laid. LOL. Cry harder, losers. 90% of all homicides recorded worldwide were committed by male perpetrators. We should just get rid of all males, to be honest. This includes trans women, as they still retain male violence. By the way, you know the Tumblr feminists who were like, all men are sexist and rapists, male tears, penises are evil, blah 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 back in the day? Well, this is them now. Should've just let me cook back then. Listen up, chuckle. I'm white, socially awkward, autistic, in my 40s, ugly, overweight, crippled, got a weird balding pattern, and have bad skin. You know what I didn't do? Choose to become a fascist, because I recognize most of the sort that look like me are the problem. I may be hideously ugly and pathetic, but at least I'm not a fascist. Thank you for your input, buddy. You're, really helping the situation. The reason young men flock to alt-right MRA movements is because the left gives brain-dead advice to young men. We need to be more compassionate to them, for our own sake. I'm sorry, but how is respect women?
I don't think it's the left that gives bad advice for men. I think it's women that give bad advice for men. If you've ever asked your mom for dating advice, you'll know how fucking terrible it is. So, I noticed most of those comments were women, by the way, too. So, just don't ask women for fucking male-specific advice. And then you're probably gonna be good.
women, brain dead advice. What advice? Don't rape? Don't be a rapist is bad advice? Help, I have no friends or community, I feel suicidal. Have you considered not raping? Act like a decent fucking human being, it's not hard, is brain dead advice? Brain dead advice like, get consent and don't be a Nazi and women are people. Walking up to men struggling with loneliness and depression like,
kids, don't be racist.
Incredible. Here's my
I think the way some of these psychological issues present in men is a bit different, and I've actually had a bit of a weird theory. I think a reason why you see so many male mass shooters is probably because there's like a genetic component to this where it's beneficial for the preservation of genes to kill competitors, right? So when you're in a situation where there's like other people, like men that you're competing with, and you have a particular problem with them, and people are just treating you like shit in general, it might actually be like a weird thing like that where there's, I don't know, like a reptilian part of our brain that's like triggered where because you're having such a lack of like dating success or something, there's something that like just gets triggered to wipe out competitors' genes. So that is just a weird idea that I have, but also just when I see men talk about depression, usually it's not like, so they're not as like melancholy as women are. A lot of it also like ties into just feelings of anger and rage and just agitation and shit. So when women give advice on how to like deal with depression and just being sad, like I just hear more stuff like go outside, talk to friends, you know, like meet up with all your girls, go for like a shopping thing, do that more often. Like for dudes, it just seems like just having something where you can get out some like frustration and hit something really hard and like exercise, move weights. That just seems like a bit more effective for men. So yeah, even if you do see like depression, anxiety, stuff like that present in both sexes, it seems like it does affect men and women a bit differently. Like they just behave differently. Seems like it's tied with some other emotions and social issues a bit more.
actual advice I would give to my teen boys as a leftist. 1. Always get enthusiastic consent. 2. Save the planet. 3.
Giving people weapons in the USA is a problem. In Germany, blah, blah. Yeah, so Germany has weapons laws. You can get guns in Germany. That's bullshit. And you can very easily get weapons illegally in Germany. The reason why there isn't as many shootings isn't because of gun control. It's because there's less organized crime. So that's just fucking stupid. In a world where you can 3D print firearms, the idea that gun control fucking does anything is just monstrously stupid. Essentially, primitive minds with low levels of consciousness do mass shootings. I wouldn't exactly put it like that. Yeah, like most mass shooters are just fucking stupid. That's for sure. But there are probably some like urges that might be related to like, you know, something deep-seated in our DNA that helped us, you know, like evolve and shit. Because like you do see that in other species, like male lions will kill the offspring of, you know, cubs from other males. I think bears do that too, like other animals do that. So it wouldn't surprise me if some of these urges of like killing other people or killing a mass amount of people does have something to do with proliferation of your genes. There might be something to that. And if you look at the rate of like tribal warfare in, you know, primitive societies, and just the amount of fucking like genocides and mass killings that have occurred through human history that have all been perpetrated by men, it's like there's probably something to that. I don't know.
Holy shit. Check out this video of a house being swept away in the floods that slammed into a bridge and fell into pieces. This was during a storm in Norway that caused flooding and landslides.
Yep. That's climate change for you. Well, sucks to be those people. Thanks for the donation, Ben.
Don't say that. It's actually kind of racist. Like, what the f is this? How does this address men and their issues? It doesn't. Why does their advice always seem to be, become a liberal? Hey men, here's how to fix all your problems. Agree with me politically. Men flock to the MRA movement because they're the largest beneficiaries of MRA shit. Imagine saying women flock to women's rights activism because they're the biggest beneficiaries of women's rights. Like, no f***ing shit.
Men's rights activists are almost entirely made up of dudes who are at least in their 40s. MGTOW, it's almost the same thing. Maybe you see some younger guys there, but MRA, it's like almost always guys who are like 40 over. MGTOW, like around the same age, maybe a bit younger. It's like the red pill stuff where you start seeing kids like 12 and older. The red pill shit is insanely fucking toxic right now, but MRA and MGTOW, I wouldn't say are particularly toxic communities if you're talking about them specifically, if you're not like combining it with red pill crap.
Let's be honest. Aside from procreation purposes, men have become obsolete. Most women can find other methods of achieving orgasm without a man there. And speaking as a man, most of us are horrid to be around.
I would disagree. Women are usually pretty bad at masturbating.
And I don't blame any woman for just saying, no thanks. Oh my god, dude, this is what every Just Pearly Things tweet looks like to me. Just with the genders swapped. This is pathetic. You know what fixes male loneliness? Jerking off. As a man, I'll say this. Sit down, shut up, and beat one out. You'll feel better. I promise. Yeah, guys, just beat one out. Just off. Just watch porn. Batman will be very disappointed in all of you. It's so funny how men feel entitled to a girlfriend. No, you sexist freak. When one side is like, wanting a girlfriend is sexist entitlement, and the other side is like, here's how to get a girlfriend. I don't know.
If you look at like black pill and especially incel content, they absolutely are entitled. A lot of them unironically talk about how like women should be forced to have a romantic relationship with them. I will say this, like there definitely is this attitude where there's a lack of sympathy for men when they have issues dating, like getting a romantic partner. But you do see a lot of sympathy for people who like just can't get friends. I don't know why that is. Like, it's kind of fairly fundamental to like human well-being to probably have some sort of romantic relationship. For some reason, people can recognize like friendships are important, but for whatever reason, when it comes to romance, very little sympathy is ever given to men who have trouble dating. Like, I think it has usually to do with the types of dudes who like can't get a date are like fucking pathetic, but I don't know, to some extent it's not their fault.
Bro, what happened to males just kicking the bucket? Now they just come on here and try to make their loneliness and misery into some social justice issue. Oh, trust me, men are still kicking the bucket. And when they're not giving mind-blowing advice like just to be a liberal, they're outright dismissing men's issues completely. It's not our job.
So lonely black pill men should just go vegan, lots of single desperate women. Well, yeah. I think the main reason you're seeing this kind of loneliness is, and talking to older people, I think this is certainly true. Like, I know a lot of older women who used to kind of pretend to be interested in like cars and shit to like talk to dudes, and like men would pretend to have like an interest in things like ballet or join the school band and shit in order to talk to girls. And I think you're just seeing less of that, where for whatever reason people are just less willing to show interest in hobbies that are more male or female dominated so that they can talk with the opposite sex. I remember I tried joining the fucking salsa dancing club at my school because there was a girl I liked in that club, and then the fucking dumb bitch teacher wouldn't let me join because she said I was a day late, and I'm like, the fuck is your problem? Hope she died of COVID. She was an asshole.
Where did you get your definition of objective from? Remember what you said. Yay? Let's see what Merriam-Webster says. Remember what you said, without mind, yay? I looked it up, it does not say without mind. Even reading the definition requires a mind.
So it did imply without a mind. It said without bias, prejudice, stuff like that. That's without a mind. It's a different way of stating it, but that's the typical use in philosophy. And just the etymological context of these words, it's obvious what the definition of objective, the prefix is object. An object does not have a mind, and subjective, the prefix is subject. A subject would have a mind. It's pretty obvious what the fucking words mean, but thanks, Hashim.
Have you twerked?
No, have not twerked yet. I just finished the sit-ups, though. I'm gonna twerk after we finish reacting to this video. Thanks for the donation, Sam.
To educate them. Since men created the problem, they need to take steps to fix it. We have other things to care about. Men can figure out their own problems that they created. Again, it's not women's jobs to change how men are socialized. It's a man issue, and y'all need to address that amongst yourselves. Men created their own problems. Men can solve their own problems. The left is busy. Why does the well-being of other people concern me? Leftist, by the way. It's all systemic issues and societal factors and blah 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 until it's a man, and then suddenly it's pull yourselves up by your bootstraps. This problem is just a consequence of the patriarchy. Now take a wild guess about which gender created the patriarchy. Solve your own problems and leave women alone. These people rightly mock the bootstraps rhetoric until the subject is a man, and then it's bootstraps all the way down. They would never talk about any other group this way. It's wild. And it's kind of like both sides are telling men to pull themselves up by their bootstraps, but one is like, I'll show you how, and the other is like, off. And when they're not telling men to straight up off, they're giving the 200 IQ answer that nobody has ever heard before. Just show your emotions, bro. And I'm not dismissing this problem, okay? I've made videos talking about this. Oh, you're crying at your grandfather's funeral? Okay, faggot. And studies have shown that men are scared to be vulnerable, even around the homies. And can you blame them when the media says stupid like this? Fellas, is it woke to open up to your fellow men and discuss history? Men are socialized to believe strength, dominance, and stoicism are behaviors of a real man. Is it any surprise that men are lonely and have less friends nowadays? You have to be vulnerable to make friends. Don't tell me there aren't systemic problems affecting men. Now, while a lot of this may be true, men have been socialized this way for centuries, and this is all relatively a new phenomena. Toxic masculinity has existed forever. If anything, there's less toxic masculinity nowadays. The cultural embrace of like gender nonconformity, femboys, Harry Styles in a dress, Barbie movie, blah 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 blah. My point is, toxic masculinity did not just appear in the mid-2010s. But social media did, and the internet did, and the rise of dating apps did, and the housing crisis.
Yeah, nobody understands what stoicism is. It's kind of weird how it's...
Yeah, you're a cat. Come here. Come here, cat. Come here. Yeah, come here, cat. What are you doing? Come over here. You're meowing at me. Yes. This is my sweet little gray boy. Hmm? Yes. Oh, you're so fuzzy and gray. Love my prim prim.
You can't even know what's subjective without the mind. Or even subjective without a mind. What I'm saying is without the faculty of reasoning which requires your mind obviously, you can't even be alive. There is no logic if you're not alive, it's irrelevant.
Yeah, so... logic would still exist without a mind. It's more something I think that's discovered than something that has to be created by a mind. And that doesn't deal with the problem of there being an issue with that Muslim belief that morality is an objective truth from God. Thanks for that donation, though, Hashim.
And living in a country where the wealth inequality is worse than it was during the Gilded Age. That all happened recently. Oh my god, the privileged life these poor little boys must have, that their biggest problem is being lonely, i.e. so insufferable that nobody wants to sleep with them. So much more pressing than the poor distribution of wealth causing people to suffer food and housing insecurity. Boo-hoo, you're lonely and have no friends and are suicidal, wah. Because feeling alienated under capitalism apparently isn't a thing. People are working harder and longer while wages have been stagnant, men have been dropping out of college like flies, and what does that get you? Poor men. Which, since women are doing amazing in college now, and many are now out-earning men, this most of the time leads to single men, which then leads to lonely men, which leads to...
I never went to college. I only finished high school, but I know all throughout school, most of your teachers are female. They're also stupid as fucking annoying. And, like, you know, boys are kind of more energetic. They don't like to listen to things. And, yeah, you do get told a lot that, you know, like, running, yelling, you know, wrestling, shit like that isn't allowed, so... School isn't as, you know, tolerable an environment for boys for sure, and high school was a little better in that regard, but like there's more male teachers, and because you're like older, if you're doing shit outside like, you know, wrestling or something, teachers don't really care unless it's like an actual fight. But the only fucking reason I showed up to school by the time I was in high school was because girls were there. Once I got to the point where I, like, asked out all the girls that I was interested in, and then none of them wanted to go on a date, I just skipped as much as I possibly could. Just none of the coursework was interesting. And I know I have a friend right now who's trying to become a doctor, and he's in university, and he has some fucking hilarious stories. There's like this school profile thing. It's kind of like a school, I don't know, network where you can share study notes with other students, and I think you can also get some like some coursework and stuff just online. And he set up his profile, and he put his gender as non-binary, and he put his profile picture as Gumby, and he got reported to the school dean for like transphobia or something.
To depressed men, which leads to the high suicide rate. In my opinion, leftism at a policy level does a great job addressing the shitty material conditions that in part lead to the problems that men are facing, but then absolutely drops the ball when it comes to everything and anything related to men's cultural issues. Many such cases. And why would a struggling man even want to move left when the left appears actively hostile to them?
The question of whether or not the hashtag online left does enough to appeal to hashtag men has become the question du jour. And like, men have most of the money, authority, and do most of the murdering and assaulting.
The average young man in America isn't Jeff Bezos. Also, why did this motherfucker just FBI crime statistics at me? Men do the most murder. Okay?
They like having all of the stuff they don't deserve.
What's funny is they mention these crime statistics, but then they don't mention that young black men who are part of organized crime are responsible for the majority of the murders. So, like, they're trying to do this, like, left-wing woke shit, and then they try to do this dunk on men saying men are horrible, but then, like, they fail to recognize that it's like, you know, you're talking shit about black people, you're basically saying black people are horrible monsters.
They like that. They want it to stay that way because it suits them. Because of the stuff, telling people they're special and deserve all the nice shit that they have, that's going to be an easier...
Dodo Tellers, did you prefer debating Sabor or whatever his name was from the first Hamzaden arena debate, or the white guy you debated most recently seemed very angry? Sabor, at least the second time around I debated him, because he would talk and not interrupt me and, you know, try to just derail. So Sabor, at least the second time I talked to him, was better. That guy was just pure fucking cancer. What was funnier though, you could like just see he was getting totally triggered when I just proved he was contradicting himself. Thanks for the... Oh wait, Hamzaden said Islam is the religion of peace. If you follow it, you will have serenity. Did he lie? Yeah. Yeah, they did not act particularly peaceful when I debated them. They acted kind of agitated and angry, and they had a lot of anxiety. So clearly it does not bring them peace. Thanks for the nation though, Dono.
Sell 10 times out of 10 than like saying, hey, maybe you should have less stuff and other people should have more.
Leftism is when you don't have a lot of stuff. We're gonna take your stuff. You sound like a 65-year-old Fox News boomer's idea of what the left is. Are you a CIA agent? The right is saying to men, you will own a house. You will have beautiful children with your loving wife. You will have privacy. You will have free speech. You will own things, and you will be happy. And the left is like...
They like having all of the stuff they don't deserve.
But don't get me wrong, Republicans will not do shit. The Republican Party will not do shit. The establishment in general will not do shit to help any of this. But the right is...
Well, yeah, Republicans are kind of the reason for a lot of these problems. I'm pretty sure they were the ones who, like, are primarily responsible for, like, problems with housing prices, taxes, inflation, national debt, foreign wars, like, you name it, poverty.
At least rhetorically offering men something other than nothing or the eternal HR department. Every time
I'm enjoying a yogurt right now. Plain. Smile, you look comfy.
I fucking hate yogurt with a vengeance. I cannot eat it. I am just shocked whenever I see anybody eat yogurt. It's horrific. Just so fucking sick and disgusting. But yeah, I am comfy, and I have a nice warm big kitty sitting on me too. Yes, I love you, Prim Prim. Such a good cat. Thanks though, James. Appreciate it.
this Discord comes up, there's people like, we need a leftist Andrew Tate. We need masculine role models on the left. But the fact is, it's hard for progressives to organically appeal to men, because a large part of progressives
Mike Donatellers, wouldn't this be a good example of why men are far more likely to consume and believe in crazy alt-right content than women? No. They're probably just dumber. Like, I would imagine the reason you'd fall into these stupid, far right-wing conspiracies is because you're dumb. I had a friend, like, in my... I really quickly started to hate him, but I had a friend in my Modern Warfare 2 clan. I had a friend in my Modern Warfare 2 clan where he was a fan of Alex Jones. He believed in a lot of this, like, shit that you see in the right-wing kind of online dumb gamer community. Like, Leafy is here type shit. Like, oh, Hitler didn't really want to Holocaust the Jews. He just wanted to get rid of the banking system. That sort of shit. He also unironically watched Alex Jones. He thought, like, what's it called? He thought global warming was a myth to just tax people higher. He also there was that myth going around where when it was like a meme when Django Unchained came out. There's that scene where Leonardo DiCaprio ordered one of his slaves to get ripped apart and eaten by dogs, and he believed this stupid internet joke going around that the guy was actually killed and eaten by dogs on the movie set. So, like, people who believe this shit are just fucking stupid. So, if there's more men falling for it, it's either, like, men are probably a bit dumber, or you're just seeing more men exposed to that, and so you're gonna see, more men, like, assuming intelligence is equated, you're just gonna see more men fall for it because more of them are just plain and simple getting exposed to it. Which could be the case because, like, I would see, people like Steven Crowder, Alex Jones, appealing more to male viewers. So assuming intelligence among men and women are roughly equal, it may just entirely be due to exposure, but it's not just because the right wing is treating them better than the left wing. You have to be stupid to believe in that. Thanks for the nation, though, Mike.
It's a vegan yogurt, don't worry. You must have had a sour bad yogurt when you were a kid. Can Gigliardo and I sit on your chair with you so we can be comfy together? We'll be all squished up together and Gig can pick the mosquitoes out of your hair.
I don't think so. I think my mom tried to make me eat yogurt on like 2 occasions and I couldn't eat it. And I remember at school, I would literally get into fights with other kids who would eat yogurt sitting next to me because I hated the smell so much. Yeah. I wouldn't let any of my friends sit with me if they ate yogurt. I hate yogurt so goddamn much. You have no idea. And no, I don't think there's enough space on my chair. Thanks for the donation, James. And I'm pretty sure that's fake James Wood.
Progressivism is oppressive hierarchies, and men are oppressors. Making progressivism look appealing to young men is an uphill battle from the start. And although it's funny to laugh at insane people on Twitter, as always, there have been a lot of left-wing content creators talking about men's issues. If you would have told me this would be a thing 9 years ago, I would not believe you, because anyone talking about men's issues back in the day was called an MRA or a pick-me. But lately I have seen a lot of good pro-men lefty content, and I'll put some links to some below. I don't agree with all the points they say, but I recommend watching. It's much better than...
They like having all of the stuff they don't deserve.
But the issue is a lot of this lefty pro-men content, it's always framed...
Let's take a break from all that.
Well, I can't listen to that.
Today, I'd like...
Broadly...
Yeah, we know Vosh.
He continues to...
Young Turks.
Let's talk about something...
I don't know who that is. I'm not going to watch that hour-long video, though.
framed around, how do we get them? As if men are just pawns and tools for your personal politics. How do we make the left more appealing to men? How do we stop lonely men from moving to Andrew Tate? Instead of just, how do we help men? And I think that's a really big issue. Both sides seem to treat men as political fodder. Disposable soldiers in the culture war and real war. Anyway, misandry is real. Oh good, finally! And while it doesn't systemically affect cis men, it most certainly affects trans men. Oh. Y'all talking about misandry doesn't harm men, and trans men are right there reading this shit, by the way. I see, now we only care about misandry because it affects trans men. Everyone stop! It's affecting a group I care about now. I love how the rhetoric just like evolved overnight, from male tears to cis male tears. And I just have to ask, why aren't you including trans men in your misandry,
Nobody told me how lonely being a man is. We knew what depth felt like before we transitioned. We knew what it felt like to like have people want to hug us and to have people want to talk to us and to have a community.
That was a hilarious video. I think I've seen some detransitioners who went from female to male to female again because they had such a insane culture shock transitioning to being male. Like yeah, women are just used to more attention and I guess a greater amount of like, I don't know, sharing and blabbing about bullshit that nobody cares about. And then when they transition to male and try having male friendships, you know, people just talk about Call of Duty or, you know, just sit in the same room for 10 minutes without saying anything. And then randomly just talk about how some chick's ass is really nice. Like, it's just like, yeah, dudes are kind of different. Dodo Night Tellers, would you rather eat dinner at a table sitting next to an ugly, disgusting, screaming baby or next to an open thing of yogurt? I don't think I could tolerate either, dude. Both seem pretty fucking bad. So I don't know. Thanks, Dodo.
More like dark pseudoscience.
Carbs. I hate carbs. Well, actually no, I love carbs. I hate the fact though that it's very easy to eat my body weight in carbohydrates and get fat. Now, when I say
I am not going to watch this. Glucose, glycolysis, something. I don't know what the fuck this guy's talking about. Longer digestion time. Fat does not have a longer digestion time. Fat is very efficiently deposited into adipose tissue, what is he fucking talking about? There's, like, fat has no thermogenic properties. Protein's extremely thermogenic. Carbohydrates are pretty thermogenic. He is totally wrong about that. And digestion time doesn't really seem to... Like, as long as we're talking about calorie-equated diets, that doesn't really do anything. I'm not watching this. It's the same stupid shit I've seen for like 10 years. Thanks for the nation that way.
Blaha says you need to pay for his therapy for all the trauma you caused him.
How about I pay for a shotgun shell so he can blow his own brains out? Thanks for that donation, Jason Kaka.
And then you transition and you're just a guy walking down the street that people cross the street so that they're not near you. And friendships are so much harder to build. What's hard is none of this invalidates how real and raw women and...
I think it might be a bit harder for men to build friendships because men just have like far more specific hobbies than women. Like, I remember when I was in high school, like just about every fucking girl in every classroom was friends with each other. And they all had the same like stupid fucking interest. They just like clothes and the same music. But like you have dudes who are into fucking Warhammer, Street Fighter, who are into certain sciences, who are into working out, certain sports, basketball, football, golf. Like, that's probably why, primarily. Dodo Nutellers, Florida conservatives be like, what's she supposed to do? Leave her ass at home? Is this appropriate for a teacher? Yeah, like... What baggy clothes are gonna hide her ass? People have an ass. And I mean, like, it's also so discriminatory. Like, if other teachers can wear jeans, why the fuck can't she wear jeans? It's so stupid. Like, okay, if you have, like, a big butt and big tits, you have to wear a burqa, but if you're, like, flat, you can wear whatever you want? Oh my god. People are fucking crazy. Kid Boo donated $2. Top G gives the best advice for men. That's a fact. Let's hear this stupid shit.
Almost as a man, the world's hyper competitive. You're not allowed almost as a man to put that much importance on how you feel. You don't have time to care about it because you have too much to do. You're in a plushy bed at home crying about what? Who cares how you feel? Well, I don't care. All the people who don't know you don't care. The woman you want doesn't care. The job you're supposed to perform at doesn't care. Nobody cares. So why do you care? All the people out here in the world don't care, but you're going to sit there and you're going to care to be the only person in the world who cares? Because what's going to happen is you're going to walk around feeling sorry.
This is somebody who, I think for a long time has had suicidal depression. He smokes and drinks a lot, and he also drinks a shit ton of coffee and energy drinks. And he's also, like, hyper motivated to make money. So that all sounds like depression coping. And then he also does this shit where he talks about how depression isn't real. If you just forget about your feelings, they won't exist anymore. Like, this is just fucking stupid.
People who are in marginalized groups feel about cis white men. All of that's valid. But I also now understand why the suicide rate is so much higher in men.
Welcome to being a man. Here's your complimentary isolation and yellow pillow. I love how even when he's experiencing the issues of being a man, he's like, this doesn't invalidate people hating men. Come on, bro. Men struggling don't want to be lectured about the patriarchy. They don't want to be told it's all their fault. They don't want to be told they're part of the problem because, first of all, they're not. The average 20-year-old didn't build society. They go to work, come home, off to sissy hypno fetish porn, and go to bed like everyone else. I've talked about this before, but a lot of men's value comes from the money they make, unfortunately. Men are natural providers, and if they have nobody to provide for, they get into findom or send random girls on the internet money.
What? No. I've never had an interest in giving girls money. Is she like on fucking crack? What an idiot, dude.
I'm just kidding, but the fact is, a lot of men simply feel like they don't have a purpose anymore. Whether a job or a career that's fulfilling and pays well, or a woman or family to protect and take care of and provide for, men are lacking purpose. And a man will crawl through broken glass.
Oh my god, the purpose thing. No, there's... You don't need any kind of purpose, you just need something you enjoy.
For a purpose. But you know who does make them feel like they have a purpose? No, not him.
I say that life as a man is exceptionally difficult. I say the most beautiful and the most terrifying thing.
Yeah, no, he, like, the only thing he talks about is making as much money as you can and having, like, 10 girlfriends. Yeah, that's a purpose.
The thing about being a man is you're born without value. Society doesn't care about you.
The absolute audacity.
Like, I don't think anybody needs... Any dude saw Andrew Tate and then suddenly got an interest in making money and getting girls.
To act shocked that Andrew Tate is scooping these guys up after a decade of lol male tears is insane. Andrew Tate isn't the solution to men's problems, but he is talking to them. The fact is, you did not care about them for years, and even now you just want to recruit them, not help them. And that's why you will fail. And hey, maybe I'll be the Andrew Tate of the left. Men, listen up. Wash your penis. So I guess I'll leave you guys with a...
That was a terrible video. Really, really stupid. Surprised she's still a thing. Most of these dumb anti-SJW channels just died. Pretty bizarre how she's still getting these views. Especially with such shit content. Yeah, there we go. Still a carnist piece of crap. Alright, let's do some twerking. I don't want to get up because I have a nice little kitty sleeping here. Oh. Such a handsome boy.
Because
Jason Blaha, Alpha Destiny 405 bench.
because we're in a circle that promote the same basic training ideas, which is conjugate type training, he promotes it heavily, I promote it heavily. I run my clients on it. All these big ass lifts you see when my clients do when I occasionally put them up, those guys are all on conjugate. Okay, so anytime I'm successful, it proves Alex right, and anytime he's successful, it proves me right. So the fact that he hit a 405.
He clearly changed trains differently than Blaha. Blaha only does like one fucking lift for each body part a week. It's ridiculously low volume and just trains like an idiot.
5 bench, even though I don't bench 405 because I have an elite squat and elite deadlift.
He's taking like he's trying to take clout from other people's lifts and saying if somebody else lifts more than me, I'm still a good coach. What?
Whenever he does it, it proves me right that the training methods that I promote are validated.
Oh my God.
Furthermore, the people saying he's all your career.
Like, we can see the progression of Blaha's lifts. He relies entirely on drugs to get his lifts up. If he doesn't increase doses, his lifts don't move.
What are you talking about? I make more money right now than I have ever made at any point in my life. My career is doing good. And I'm not going to get into exactly how much that is. It's no one's business. But...
yeah... what was her name? Cherry something? He tried to lure this Australian woman who is clearly just looking for a green card, lying about his income and also lying to her that he could take care of her mother and shit. Like, oh God, this guy's such a liar.
I'm making the most money I've ever made. What are you idiots talking about? You're clowns.
He literally has to eat nothing but mushy food because his teeth are so fucked up. So he's making so much money, but he can't fix his fucking teeth. Guller Donatillers, what do you think about working out fasted? Any benefits, pros, cons? There's nothing but cons. There's no benefit to training fasted. I would avoid doing it. If you're gonna do any kind of training that lasts for over an hour, training fasted is stupid. It's pretty clear that if you don't eat carbohydrates before you train, you also just have less energy. Things like endurance, power production goes down, and you also risk losing muscle too. So it's just harder to maintain muscle mass when you're training fasted. So there's just no point. Just eat a little bit before you train. All right.
Sorry, kitty. Gotta get up to do some twerking.
Oh my God, Prismo is so handsome.
He is the best cat.
I took Prismo down to the park tonight.
Is the dog there?
No. Jasmine took the dog and brought it to a shelter. Thanks for the donation, though, even now. Yeah, I took Prismo down to the park tonight, and we saw a beaver. Why isn't it bigger? What the fuck? I have no idea why that's so fucking small. There's a little... Why is that so tiny? Anyway, saw a beaver. He was doing beaver stuff. Saw him moving sticks around. Beavers are good boys. Double click. Nope. I don't know why that's so ridiculously tiny. Maybe it's the aspect ratio and it normally has some weird crop to it for landscape, but if you're filming horizontal, it like fucks it up somehow. I don't know. That's annoying. Andrew Tate donated $2.
Run. Okay, but go ahead.
Andrew Tate's Hodar philosophy.
Okay, so considering that you guys have
I'm probably gonna react to this later. It seems
Run. Okay.
it's like 9 minutes. Is there anything like any spot I'm supposed to react to in
been
particular?
with a bunch of different girls.
No. I told you earlier. Told you I was a man,
Man of God! Man of God! Open him, man of God!
Man of God.
Man of God!
Man of God.
Amen.
I'm sorry she said that, Jesus. Don't listen to her.
Where's the holy water?
Scene.
Smite.
Says the person that says that they would get with the ring girls right after their fight.
When I get with, I meant read the Bible. We were playing cards.
Okay, you have a lot of diversity. You have a lot of different women coming at you. What would set a girl apart for you to see her differently? That's my question.
That's a good question.
Good question.
That's a good question. And I think at the point in my life now, if I were dating and I was trying to find a new girl, I'd be looking for so many tiny things. You know what? Like,
Fasted training does not help lose more fat.
they say in the eyes of an amateur, there's many possibilities, but in the eye of the expert, there's few. Right. So like if you're a boxer and you're an amateur, it's chaotic. But if you're a professional, it's pretty simple. It's left or right. You know? Why the fuck? Why do you know this bitch in this restaurant? How many times you been in this restaurant? Who's that?
A
bitch?
red flag.
Who's that bitch? Who's this dude? Oh, he's my friend. He's a promoter. Red flag. There's no such thing as male friends. Another bullshit.
Bam.
But like women don't actually realize what men find attractive, because if you did, you'd all act completely differently.
Bam.
You ain't got a clue,
Bing
right?
bong.
So if you go like girls dancing in the club, like no, stand the fuck still.
Yes.
Don't
Yes.
do that.
Yes.
Don't do that.
Thank
I don't want to
you.
see it. It's
Thank
not
you.
sexy. Stop.
Yes.
You're like, stop. Dancing in the club, people knowing who she is, her being busy. I don't trust them busy bitches. If I'm like, it's Tuesday, let's grab lunch. Oh, I can't because, I've got a new opening of my friend's store. And then my cousin is a TikTok influencer. And then after that, I'm going to shut up. I don't like that shit, right? No, I'm telling you. But I know this because through experience, all these tiny things add up to the same thing. They all add up to the same thing. There's no such thing as a girl who goes into high-end restaurants who everybody knows, or is a bunch of tiny little. It's other things like
Not worth watching. All right. I did not see the Alex Jones Tate interview. Can we check out Genetic Beast? No. Don't think we'll be doing that. It's a good parrot. Bulldog No Teller's thoughts on Daryl Anka. Motherfuckers actually believe this dude is a wizard. I don't know who that is.
If you don't act on your passion, you're hired.
I don't know who he is. Thanks for that donation. I don't want to move Prismo. He's so comfy. Oh. Yeah, you're my kitty. Gotta get up to torque, little guy. Yeah. Let's get up. Oh, yes. Oh, he's so sleepy. So sleepy. Look at him. Oh. You know I love you, Wim Wim. To love me, donate $2. Long rest periods 3 to 5 minutes, or short rest periods 1 to 2 minutes between sets for hypertrophy. Usually the longer the better. You should just rest as long as you need to. So if you do more total volume throughout the duration of the workout, the better. So if resting longer allows you to do more reps per set, you're better off. Thanks for the donation, dude.
Look at this little baby. Hmm? You're a little baby. It's a nice tail. Cat butt. Hmm? It's a cat butt. Cat butt, cat butt, cat butt. Alright. Let's get up. No desk. No desk.
Primy's a good boy. Let's see. Gellenals, donate tellers. Do you take pre-workout? No. Why do people take pre-workout? Could be a variety of reasons. I wouldn't take any high doses of caffeine or another stimulant before a workout unless you really have to. So if you work kind of a demanding job and the only time you have to train is right after work, might make sense to take a pre-workout. If you're kind of old and sort of naturally just lack energy, you might want to consider taking a pre-workout. But if you're kind of a normal person, have normal energy levels, and you're not in a compromised state usually before you train, I wouldn't take a pre-workout. There's actually a pretty good comprehensive study on pre-workouts, and they found long-term they have absolutely no benefit. So I wouldn't bother. Thoughts on beta-alanine, L-citrulline? Beta-alanine, it's not really any point in taking it unless you're doing a lot of aerobic exercise and high aerobic threshold work. And L-citrulline, it's a good supplement, it's just that it's expensive. To actually take an efficacious dose of L-citrulline, it's very expensive. Seems to be good for you too, it promotes blood flow and everything, but like there's actually other drugs that seem to do the same thing better. Like you can take prescription Cialis for cheaper and it works better. So But thanks for the donation, Jellism. What do you think about testosterone boost supplements? They don't work. Any negative effects? Yeah, the negative effect is you wasted your money. If you want to boost your testosterone, take testosterone. literally no point in taking a testosterone boosting supplement. They don't work. So if you have low testosterone, take testosterone. Thanks for the nation, Fonty.
Ashwagandha debunked.
You can see the images. Right
So that is a vagina pelvic exam. But thanks for the donation, 21st Savage. Gaga donated $2. Is spiking blood sugar levels bad? Should I drink my weight gainer shake slowly to prevent my blood sugar? No. Your blood sugar will spike if you eat sugary foods, and it will go down later because you release insulin. So no. Thanks for the donation, Gaga. James Wade donated $2, says twerk to this next. That is a male urethral catheterization. So I can't really twerk to that, but thanks, fake James Wade. Gaga donated $2. Does smoking raise testosterone? Yeah, so in the short term, if you smoke cigarettes lifelong, your testosterone levels decline just because of the health problems cigarettes cause. But the actual effect from the nicotine boosts testosterone. So if you want some of the beneficial effects of nicotine, take it in the form of a lozenge. Don't smoke it, either in the form of cigarettes, vaping, or cigars. Just take a lozenge. Nicotine has a bunch of benefits. It can help with cognitive improvements. It does boost testosterone. It's relaxing. Can lower anxiety. It also seems to protect against Parkinson's. So it has a bunch of benefits. If you're prone to addiction, you might not want to take it. Thanks for that. And Tristan Tate encouraged smoking to men because apparently it raised testosterone. Well, that's stupid. Thanks to the nation, though, Gaga. Could you share your workout split? I train 4 to 5 days a week, and I just do full body workouts where it's just push and pull focused. What's your favorite workout split? Probably upper lower. Yeah, probably upper lower. What I'm doing right now is pretty good too, but probably upper lower. Arnold split. I don't know what the Arnold split is. Push pull legs is fine. Thanks for the nation, Janice. Benedict. Oh wait, never mind.
I hate political partisanship. Fuck the left and the right.
Well, it's the right that's really the problem. But thanks for the donation, Ben. Monkey Fresh donated $2. Let me know your thoughts, please. Isn't this guy like a fucking moron who talks really slowly, so I just can't even bother watching him?
But Islam is quite patriarchal, isn't it? I mean, doesn't the Quran say that men have authority over women?
Well, don't they? I mean...
Yeah, like, people have sent me this video a billion times, like, what do you want me to say? I don't give a shit. Thanks for the nation, dude. Twizzy Bold donated $2. If you are not a feminist, does that automatically make you sexist? No, thanks for that donation.
Oh sorry bro, did I send you the wrong link? LOL nigga.
Okay, thanks 21st Savage. Did I ever max out the leg press? No. If you do a 1 rep max in the leg press, you're a fucking idiot.
My mess of a kitchen, almost as messy as my brain, which is suitable because I'm wearing my messy hair hat because my hair is also a mess today. Some of you saw the short we did last week launching Lemon Light, organic electrolyte drink mix. And, you know, on one hand, there are so many electrolyte powders on the market. On the other hand, after I really looked into them, the ratio.
He was able to find a Chinese supplier selling this crap for like nothing, so he figured he'd try selling it.
Of the electrolytes, the additives and chemicals they're putting in them. I had to do it. I kind of had to do it, you know? So the ratio of sodium to potassium to magnesium to calcium in this is what naturally occurs in food. You know, you look at all the other supplements.
You don't have to worry about the ratio of certain electrolytes. You just need to consume them. So it's the problem is if one gets like too low, you don't really need to worry about ratio.
It's online
in your food or
they're not
what
really
you're drinking.
correct. I don't know what they're basing the electrolyte mixes off of, but you know, I mean, that's the first thing I would do. Look at how hydrated you get from eating a full meal and then match the electrolytes. It's also the most natural forms of minerals. We're using sea salt, potassium citrate, magnesium glycinate, and calcium carbonate.
Yeah, so natural. Potassium citrate, calcium carbonate. Fucking dummy.
I see Frankie does have muscle.
Yeah, he started taking steroids, and he looks like he isn't a starving child anymore. So he's just on steroids. Thanks for that donation, Sam.
Calcium carbonate. Some of the other mixes aren't using magnesium, or they have magnesium citrate, which kind of causes digestive issues. And then they're also using like calcium lactate or forms of calcium that you don't really want. You know, carbonate is the form that naturally occurs in water. And don't get me started on the list of like chemicals and synthetic flavorings and additives. The only thing in this is organic lemon for the flavor and a tiny, tiny bit of stevia, such an insignificant amount. And the reason no one else really does this is because it's prohibitively expensive.
Again, the only reason he'd be selling this is because he found a cheap Chinese supplier. There's no way Frank is spending top dollar to make any supplement. He made a series of vlog videos where he was complaining that sellers on Alibaba scammed him out of raw materials for his supplements. Like, he's ordering cheap shit from China.
To use organic lemon as a flavoring. What's even crazier is there's no fillers. And this is something that's kind of really hard to know.
What is he talking about? It's an electrolyte powder. What filler?
Notice the amount of citric acid or magnesium oxide that they put in these electrolyte supplements. I don't know what percentage they're actually using, you know, whether it's 10, 20, or 30% fillers, but they're saving a lot of money. Now, I was just watching a TikTok yesterday of this guy bragging about how he was selling like a fat burner supplement that cost him, I don't know, $5 to make, and he was selling it for $60, which to me is like, you're scamming people. You're scamming people. If you're charging more than a reasonable net profit.
Doesn't this guy like charge $200 for a fucking blanket that supposedly shields you from Wi-Fi? And then he's talking about scamming people?
Margin of like 10 or 15%, then you're just ripping people off. And that's all of my products are using really high quality ingredients. And they're also
straight from some random seller from Alibaba.
Competitively priced with all the other products on the market, despite being higher quality ingredients, more natural, and better products. So that's kind of why they have to shadow ban me, because I'd put everyone else out of business. Anyway, what gets me excited, guys, is all the branding and stuff, you know, the creative ideas. This is kind of cute, you know, lemon light with the lemon as the O in the word lemon, and then on the top we got a little inspiration from some other brands out there, you know. I finally had to fight back a little bit, you know. I'm not going to name names, but the branding and stuff wasn't 100%, you know, what I was going to do, but it's definitely familiar to some people. However, what is completely original is Flextrose. I mean, we launched this a few years ago now, I think. Carbohydrate dextrose powder.
It's literally just sugar.
And the reason I'm showing you guys this is because I always mix these two together. So the Lemon Light is really just electrolytes. You know, you got the minerals and you have a tiny amount of lemon and stevia just to kind of make it palatable and tasty.
Twisty Bowl donators. Which sweeteners would you say are safe and which ones aren't? All of them are safe. Thanks for the donation, dude.
What do he think weighs now with a little help from his friend?
Well, before when he was a bit bigger, I think he got up to like maybe 165, so it's probably around there. In the 160 range. Thanks for the donation, Sam.
The Flextrose is the pure glucose. It turns it from like an electrolyte drink to Gatorade, basically. And since I'm not going to go too much into the Flextrose, guys, you can read more about it on the website. It's pure glucose and it's organic. The only organic, high-quality dextrose on the market.
What does he mean, organic dextrose? It's pure sugar. Like, that just doesn't make any fucking sense.
And that's important because all of these other products are made from like corn or really low-quality, crappy carbohydrates and full of synthetic chemicals. So
it's literally just a type of sugar. Like, what is he talking about?
we're going to combine these two today for our drink. Oh, and one very important thing I almost forgot. Some of you guys did email me concerned about the amount of electrolytes. I made a mistake and I accidentally put the amount of powder instead of the elemental availability on this nutrition facts label. So the correct amount is on the website, and we're going to get new labels in this week to make sure all of the new
Dope.
Lemon
Can't
Light
even get
go
the
out
labeling
with the
right.
correct label. Just keep that in mind, guys. So here we have a 2-cup Pyrex glass because I don't think my regular cup fits enough water for the serving size. So we're going to do about 1.5 cups of water here. So Lemon Light comes with a 6.5 gram scoop. Yeah, 6.5 gram scoop. Seems like quite a bit of powder, honestly. And anytime you use a new supplement, guys, you know, you don't have to use the entire recommended dose. And stuff like electrolytes is really for active people. You know, if you're sweating all day, you could do it on an empty stomach in the morning, you know, but a lot of people don't need this much electrolytes. So then we're going to take the Flextrose and do 1 scoop of the Flextrose. This is about a 30 gram scoop, which is quite a bit. You could honestly probably do half and half.
Yeah, that looks like something you'd want to drink.
Good for about 2 cups of water, 16 ounces. For 8 ounces of water, you want to do half a scoop of each one. So we have this all mixed up. No need for a blender.
That just looks like dirty, horrific water.
Or anything.
You wouldn't want to drink. Wow, what a genius. Like,
need for a blender or anything.
Yeah, nice pouring, Frank. Right on the floor.
As I spill half of it on the floor. I'm fucking losing it, guys. I've had enough. I've had about 3 dozen $1 million business ideas, but you can bet your ass I don't have $1 million yet. Fucking bullshit.
Do you like roller coasters? Last time I went on one I almost shit my pants. Fuck roller coasters, that shit is scary.
I do. I haven't been to a amusement park in a long ass time, but I did enjoy going on them. Thanks for the donation, Ben. Yeah, Frank used to complain about vegans needing to take B12, and he takes like 1 billion fucking supplements.
All right, bottoms up. Very good. Very good. Does get
And I'm sure tomorrow we'll find out Frank died of kidney disease from
does
drinking
get a little
that.
sweet. You don't have to put that much Flextrose in it. It's interesting because it quenches your thirst really quick. You know, with the high sodium, potassium, magnesium content, your body like almost instantly says, okay, that's enough, we're hydrated, you can stop drinking. Yeah. And you could generally go by your body. You know, if you go to drink this in the morning and you are like dehydrated and you're low on electrolytes, you're gonna want to drink it just based on like your natural appetite and palate. However, if you don't really need the electrolytes, you know, you'll take a few sips of this and you'll feel quenched, you'll feel satisfied. So, you know, whenever you make anything natural, you don't have to add like synthetic flavorings or too much processed.
Have you ever debated Frank Tufano?
Yes, I believe there were 2 or 3 debates that I had with him, and he lost horribly each debate, and then sent me really angry messages calling me a faggot and ranting about how I'm wrong about everything. Thanks for the donation, Sam.
Processed crap. It's pretty safe to go with your natural appetite and palate when you're having it. So both of these are available on organsupplements.com, guys. We also have some whey protein if you are interested. This doesn't have carbs or sugars or anything in it. It's, you know, keto, carnivore if you guys are still on those diets. A lot of you guys bought the Lemon Light without the Flextrose. However, I strongly suggest either using Flextrose or honey or some other type of sweetener when you're using the electrolyte mix, because chances are if you are dehydrated and you need electrolytes, you could also use some glucose. And you know, even though the amount of stevia is very small and it's mostly just natural lemon as the flavoring agent, when you're kind of tricking your body using an artificial sweetener, you do want to add some type of carbohydrate.
There's no need to do that.
Whether it is honey or I don't know what else. That's really it. I mean, I would just do honey if you guys don't have the Flextrose, just maybe a tablespoon or 2 in the Lemon Light when you make it. Yeah, I guess that's it, guys. Again, organsupplements.com. We got the Lemon Light new.
Is he selling whey protein in the same tiny little container as this other bullshit? Whoa, what the fuck? I have to look into this. This is crazy. Wait, it's organ supplements, right? Wait. Oh, there we go. It links on his website. What? This is like nothing. Unless this is a different shaped tub. It says 1.5 pounds. How much is this? Yeah, it's the same tiny little fucking tub. How in the hell are you going to get anything out of this? There's like, what, 3 servings in here? Who sells whey protein like this? And it's $23 US for nothing. Like, what? Is he insane? And the Flextrose is the same. He's literally selling pure sugar for the same cost as the whey protein. They're both $23. They're both $23. So you could literally just buy pure sugar for like nothing, or pay $23 for this. And he's selling the electrolyte drink mix for $42 fucking dollars. Dude, those sorts of supplements are cheap as fuck. $23, $13, $22. That one's particularly expensive, $60. But, like, they're usually nothing. This is insane. What are, like, I don't understand who would buy any of this shit. Oh my god, what a moron, dude. Guess the people who watch them are even bigger fucking idiots if they'd buy that shit. Well... Doesn't look like he has any new shorts. Think I will end the stream here. I have to do some training. But I hope you guys had fun. Big thanks to everybody who donated on Streamlabs. Really appreciate it. I should be streaming about the same time tomorrow night, so see you then. And sweet dreams.